we should be now streaming live to the internet. Which is fun. Not recording yet, because I figure, make sure this works first.
This is a sneak peek.
Well, actually, might as well
Especially
record, because let's be honest, it's not like I'm gonna upload the recording, but the VOD. Yeah, I hope today's session goes well.
It's been great being on and stuff.
Oh, I mean, just general, Yeah.
Yeah.
Missed
Right.
last week, so
That is
hope
true.
that this one can live it up for it. I had a lot of research to be doing, because as it turns out, I had to figure out how exactly does nature protect itself against eldritch horrors. It's not necessarily an easy question to answer, but we'll do it together.
What are you fucking? Where did my map tool go?
Wherever you installed it to, whatever installed path you gave it.
Yeah, I put it at desktop, and there's none.
All right.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to the website, I suppose, and not download it through the program because that did not
Sure.
work for me. Map tools.
And we could use the old one too, and just get this done for next time. If that's better. But I figured if we did that, then it would just be this happening next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, probably. Yes.
And that is Grimmeth connected. Excellent. And at least my server works still. I could only test that with my local version. Most.
Map tool in its strange mercurial ways, thinking that the Giants Run Mountains are the superior map to send me to first, over, the alternatives.
I haven't been there for so long. I should probably just hide it. I think that's going to be super relevant.
Yeah, none of the things are even there anymore. The Lord of Thunder not there, the Ritual Circle not there.
Hills, we can probably just hide that one too.
It's funny is that you hid the map, but I can still be on the map. Aha!
You can be on it until you leave, and then there's no way to return.
That's right, it's a one-way door.
And so I will stay here spitefully.
That's right, until the
old
end of days.
That things.
And he can just litter all the other previous emissary tokens all around,
For whatever purpose.
You wouldn't
Spies.
get it.
To whatever
You wouldn't
end.
understand.
No, it's true. I haven't seen those horrors.
Or those whores.
No, that was not included in my play experience either. Seems like I've missed a lot here, really.
Keep that off Twitch.
Don't fucking.
Well,
Oh, yeah. I suppose I will allow them here. Wish I could get it. Illusion. Let's take the horse from. Hello, Darth. How is the sound quality? Is it all good? Can you hear everyone? I will usually at this point figure since I have changed nothing that nothing would be changed, but
Yeah, that's
since
not all
Aries
the
still
great case.
installing map tool.
Yes, you can hear Ares' brain overheating because Manikai wanted this moment to be the moment that a version was changed.
Well, you know,
We do it live.
It's cool. It gives a reason for Ari to drag her feet so that she doesn't have to. We don't have to do this session. I get you. So it's a good audible to your family member like that.
yeah. I just discovered that your little avatar thing walks when you talk.
I saw it walk, but I didn't clog that.
Yeah, it's like as someone who's had Discord Nitro before and has seen plenty of animated GIFs before. I also recently discovered this on Wednesday. I was like, oh, that animation does turn on and off while I'm talking. Interesting.
Yeah. Look at that technology these days, huh?
Yeah.
You could
Never
just be
ceases to
mesmerized by
amaze.
that the entire time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
I was
sit there
gonna
and
say, if
stare.
I suddenly just stop mid-sentence,
Yeah, cat looking out at a seagull through a window,
Yeah.
slowly
Big
putting a paw
eye.
on my screen.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All
There,
right.
the connection.
I was gonna say, don't have great internet or a new computer.
I was
Been
just
loading
about to
for a little
say, I'm
while.
sure it can run map to us, but on the other hand, I used to have a that had a trouble.
You know?
Yeah, I've heard people like Foundry a lot, and looked into it, and was like, "Do you want to code in the 4E rule system and powers?" And I was like, "No." Someone else had done that. Then that would be
I'm sure the framework exists. The problem for you is that you have your convenient insta-generate token button,
oh yeah,
which does not exist for you in Foundry VTT.
yeah, a very nice button. It speeds up things a lot.
Certainly in a even more so in a situation like here with an open world concept. I feel like
I don't know, actually, I'd say that Way of the Wicked was much more token intensive, just because battles were so much more frequent and dungeons were so much more frequent, where there were like a lot of them. So many tokens back then. Well, here it's like, yeah, we have some, but we don't do a lot of fighting. They don't get expended
oh,
super
that's
quick
true.
compared to if you dungeon crawled every session. All right, well, seems like things are working out. Been a little while since we last played. You don't want to do a recap?
Your recap turn, homegirl.
Yeah, I have a lot. There's a lot.
What to say? Good.
She
Yeah.
starts taking notes knowing that her recap turn was coming up next.
You know, I knew that it was. so I've actually taken it. Yes. All right. Well, let the narration begin. The beginning of the session started with the sad notion of Mother Druma, the old ancient hag, passing. She had slightly expedited this in happening to gain some divine insights. Seems like other entities are interested. They looked up the psychiatric skill for murder, and they slid right. No, any matter. That doesn't matter. She told about a skull humanoid surrounded by blood. His words like biting iron. And that he could get her the power to murder everyone she wanted. And I mean, that sounds great. Then there was some stuff about going somewhere, finding some people in the usual, seems like useful information, but it's also divined, so you have to try and figure out what the code means. And the secretary is a little busy. Uh, but yeah, sad dragon had to see her trusted hag go, and now she has to play with the other action figures. Emmy calls a meeting for the Emerald Enclave for midsummer, which will also be when the the long-awaited return of Vera's Fire Shield will happen, which is very exciting. Before then, the news that Veliknev has gotten a message from Tiamat and has gone to a place past Akanal called Gesenta. Apparently, it used to be ruled by a dragon god. He'll be there for a bit, which in Veliknev terms, who knows how long that will be. As there are these dragonborns there that came with the spell plague from another world who were determined to destroy all dragons because otherwise they'll probably end up ruling the world. And, well, Tiamat's not really cool with them. Uh, and other quick news is that the adventurers puts themselves up for leaders of Westgate. As you can be seen by the icon, this medicine edgelord wizard is now the leader of Westgate. Has not been sitting there for a year after taking it, so we'll see. But not sure anyone right now has the focus to withstand him. So they might just do it. Umbelly's chosen shows up, beaten and bruised, to tell the Cicatrix of his failure to end the Astro Kraken, and advises, do not fight them near the obelisk itself. It is divine. It changes reality. Things become what it wants it to be. It's like being in someone else's dream, which seems like promising stuff. I can't wait to fight that, really. We also learned some more about Astro Krakens. Don't be in its grab. Its arms are portals to the far realm. It can read your mind when it holds you. It mind tag you and use it against you. Mind control, domination, charm, expend your power. It's a real motherfucker, is what it is. The Cicatrix, though, compelled by her nature, trigs a big chunk of aboleths. By filling ships with the very expensive aboleth poison and get them attacked, which works, and their might is taken down by one. At the Emerald Enclave meeting, Veros presents his news of a chosen and that spellscars can be cured, which is good news. The meeting, however, is more so about what to do with Westgate. The Emerald Enclave have managed to protect the Gulfmere. It's not an attractive target anymore. And it is said that what is decided here is or will set up a precedence. It will be whether the Emerald Enclave is just for Gulfmere or for the rest of the world. And looking around, having seen what happened near Acheronil and other areas, well, it seems like the Far Realm is not just going to target Westgate. I think the conclusion was that it should be basically make it hard enough that it's not a worthy target. The Emerald Enclave will try to find a way to combat the Spire, and until then, be on the defensive and make it hard as it can be. Yeah, the Sovereignty is not pleased that it had been tangled with, and starts to chop up the marked using the same strategy as it always does, which is just infiltrating and then backstabbing all day long. It is barely fought off with the help of Cassell and her faction, and Emissary then cleverly looks out for where are they getting all the how are they so rich? And it turns out that while the aboleths and the sovereign entity has not been known on the surface for very long, they have just been ruling the seas, getting tribute and so much money that they can build their own sea. Amy does manage to find a monastery, I think, somewhere that has been infiltrated, and manages to damage their, was it wealth or territory?
Influence.
Neither.
Oh, influence. Oh, well. But manages to destroy the influence. One takedown. Again, with great efforts. In other news, the Thayan rebels reveal their trump cards. There are masters of their respective disciplines at the same level of Yaffle, but not in divination, of course, who are now stepping up and planning on hitting Sastam and ending it once and for all. And be rooting for them. Please, do it. Do it. Yeah, that is what I have. Because I did not have time to watch the last 20 minutes.
All right.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, you were there, so I think that was pretty comprehensive. All right. Well, beyond that, we have, of course, goals. Currently, we have 3 active goals: capture Avenion, construct a portal to the ritual plane, and slay the Astro Kraken, leaving 1 open goal slot.
My goal is to complete the currently active clock I have. For that to be resolved so that I can then, like, find the answer to it so that I can then go off pursuing that goal.
All right. Yeah. So that would be find a way to fight back against the apolethic sovereignty. Yeah.
Yeah.
At the moment, that's an easy goal. You have a method to do it. You're, in fact, in the process of doing so.
Damn it! But we need the XP.
Harry.
By
I
accomplishing
mean,
it,
sorry.
yeah.
Oh Lord.
All right, and so we can jump straight in game. Let the games begin. Another year has passed. You can cover your points. Various factions, even though some of them, all of them, are going to be weaker. Lesson for them.
That icon is still way too big.
Yeah, I mean, it is big, but less powerful. Which means that whatever challenge you're facing is certainly less than it was. So, beginning of this year, I think the most sort of recent news. I mean, of course, I should ask first: is there anything you all want to do sort of early in the year, just sort of jumping into spring?
Menu policing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sure.
Might and sovereignty.
That is
Right.
the
Wow.
double one.
Double one.
Is that with adventurers running things? It's a bit hard to actually manage.
Well,
I did better. Double
yeah,
10.
Triple 10.
So say this is a
That's right, triple
preview
10.
of a fucking.
Yeah, considering how you're the target and I'm not, it's good. That's good. And Sovereignty's going to look at the golf mirror and go, maybe not this year.
Are they here? The answer is right now, no.
What about the adventure die? Hello.
Yeah, we can roll
Already,
that,
like,
right?
just
Maybe
looking
it is
at-
a 1. Maybe it's a 1. It's a 5.
Maybe it's not. All right.
You rolled a D8, Manikai.
I did. Because it was 8. 7. That's better. Not as good as it was, but 7. Because a couple of them have died out or gone to
Does
spend
not
their
help
money
me.
in some bigger
Okay.
city or something. Infighting, probably. Yeah, all right. Well, I can tell you, not much is found out in Westgate. It's hard to police that city. While in the Gulfmere, it's clear that there still are Appalathic scouts, like along the coasts, keeping an eye on the defenses, hoping perhaps to swivel should there be an opportunity to get the forest. Certainly, the Gulfmere would be an excellent thing if they could topple it and break it, and ideally steal all that nature magic and warp it into something terrible. And this whole attack Westgate might even be a convenient place to go because, should the Emerald Enclave move to Westgate or weaken itself at home, they're ready to pivot basically. Which target? If the opportunity should it has.
I get you.
It clearly hasn't. All right, yeah. That happens.
If you're feeling bold, Ari, you can always you're permitted to try policing again. The one roll engine can one roll engine again, but then your stats. Is it more valuable for you to better police or to keep those for the defenses you're gonna need to make?
I mean, 1-1. That basically that just means they need a double. That's what that means. That means nothing. They need to roll and not fail.
It is the weakest possible way to actually do any policing at all. So
no, it's more like you
the only pair that you could cancel out from them is a pair of ones.
there is a sign somewhere saying "Please do not Avaleth."
Don't
Thank you.
litter. Please don't
Just like
aboleth.
a picture of like a goblin like etched like a
Yeah.
coal like aboleth onto a sign, and then like has like a strike through it.
Yeah, big
Let's
X.
hang
Yeah.
out.
No here.
None of those.
Yes. No, okay, yeah, that's...
And I guess their
God.
one would be they come and see it and they're like, oh, well, we should be here then.
Yes, that's great. Sorry, I'm just looking. Yeah, don't fucking have a lot of essence either. Great. I mean, yeah, what could
Well,
possibly go wrong?
you don't have a whole lot of essence because you have constantly snowballed into like I will take that point and it's used now.
Yeah,
I
spend
will
it.
take that point. It's used now.
Use, eat it, eat it, eat it. Hey, all right. I mean, 6 dice is fine, right? Like that's
Yeah.
looks too grim as fuck. 9 dice poor. So no, I'm not even gonna
Oh,
weasel.
you
I
know,
can't do it.
you know
I'm like,
that's
blah, blah,
5.
blah. There's
That's
water around where I'd guard.
there's 5 might and there's 4 sovereignty. It's 9 dice, man.
Yes, I see that. Well, that's a lot better.
Triple
Thank God,
A's.
small mercies.
So she sees the sign, goes to tell someone that that's just not good enough. Do better.
It's like someone needs to do it, and then it was the goblins who did it. It's like someone other than the goblins need to do it.
Maybe it's the paranoid nature, right? Nothing has been discovered, but it just doesn't feel quite safe enough.
Yeah.
So paranoid
No.
thinking anyone's going to come attack Westgate.
Yeah, why would she think that?
Um,
And she's like bashing water and tentacles away from her, like tunnel out.
yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, all right. That's good. The sovereignty has a tendency to not attack in winter, though. Maybe they don't like the
Why?
cold so much.
Oh, great.
Not that it gets really cold here. It gets sort of comfortable. But
I was gonna say, is there a chosen of some snow deity we can turn down here?
there's many snow deities. Various kinds. The Winter Fae particularly have a lot of cold and darkness.
Well.
That said, there will be a little bit of news of what happens in winter. That'll come from Yenka, as she is packing her things. She'll say that Novakri has shown that he can clearly he can do what is required now. Beyond that, things have changed for her a bit, given her news from Jacinta and Benignus. And she, though she is loath to do so, is going to leave the Book of the Dragon here while going to Santa. As it's been requested that she makes it available to him to utilize.
That important, huh? Like considering how
gonna
she's
beat
been
them.
clutching,
No,
considering
she-
how Ginka has clutched onto that book since like getting it from.
Oh, she's not left it. It's like there's her claw mark on the front there.
Immediately is going to check to make sure Yinka's all right because that runs like counter to.
She seems seriously shook. And will, without really much pressing, say that she has she expected to hear from the rebels in Thay. They had apparently arranged for an uprising in general, like some of the Thayan legions have risen up against the government and such. Those that did are now are retreating to nearby countries such as Thesk and Aklarond to regroup and escape. Last she heard, the 4 Sulkirs apparently encountered Lord of Thay and were all slain by him, without much trouble, even. So were the rest of the Thayan rebels, and had she been with them, so would she have been. She does not believe that she could have changed that. Meaning that Sastam is in a power level sort of beyond just an Archmage Lich. Sort of, he is at a level where, like last time they went there, they saw the remains of Chosen and whatnot that seemed to have been harvested. And it seems to not have been for nothing. Sastam has apparently demolished everything. She doesn't know if he knew they were coming, if he could predict it somehow, or if they surprised him and he was just powerful enough to not really have to care about all these Archmages. But he did, and that is it was a shock. Now he is, of course, spending his time right now pursuing the retreating sort of deserters and traitors and whatnot. But, it has been shocking news that sort of refocused her on her task of actually getting this thing done right rather than quickly. Beyond that, Malignant has called her to go to Chisenta, where apparently he has communed with Tiamat and a couple of other dragons dedicated to Tiamat, and is planning an invasion of Threskel, the nearby nation, to conquer it. He has made him and the other dragons of Chisenta have formed a compact with the nearby nation of Akinul to build basically a power faction.
Oh, Akadul's actually begun socializing again.
They need allies and help because they have been severely devastated by all these Aboleth attacks.
I remember trying that and getting rebuffed. Okay.
Yes. Chisenta is you know, she thinks there's foul play involved in some way. You know, but she doesn't really know because she's not there. Apparently, she can only imagine what's going to happen with Tymenther, just south, the anti-dragon nation. Seems like things are heating up over there.
All right. So she's going to Chisenta, and the Book of the Dragon, the copy that was made for her, is, after all this time, being left here.
Yes. Now, she will ideally return for it at some point, but she's been told by Valignant to make it available for the other dragons.
Right. That is a TBD. All right. Well, Israeli leaders here will wish her. That's right, Train. You tell Yinka how strange this is.
You just got railroad.
Israeli leaders here will wish Yinka well, and in her trip, and the Book of the Dragon will not be left with no victory.
No.
That is going to be put in the same container that the Pendant of Hope is. The same, like, impenetrable case.
Imagine Noakri's face when he's told that.
We'll have to have a think about I'll just have to think about his access privileges to it moving forward.
If Yenka was ever tempted to take that knowledge too far, Noakri is probably many more times tempted to dig into that.
Yeah. You know what? Who wouldn't be tempted? Me. Vesicatrix is a good judge of what is right and wrong.
Beyond that, from across the waters, there will be a. I guess you could see it as like an offering or a tribute or something from Chisenta. Apparently, to support your struggles, you are each, and this will be delivered to you individually, not as a collective pot. But during this year, you will each receive several sort of payments of 10,000 golds worth of gems, up to 60,000 each.
Wow. I hope that we survive so we can appreciate this money.
That sounds like it's paying for a new batch of.
Anti-slime.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Um,
Apoplectic poison. Coming right up.
Earmarked expenses. Thank you, malignant Intracenta.
Yeah, Descent is not a rich place, but that's generally because
Well.
all the wealth is held by dragons, who hoard it and don't share with anybody.
That seems less rich now.
Yeah. You know. Yeah, but that's the earliest news.
Yeah. So great. Zastam is ass kicking. That's considering his paranoia, which was founded true because everyone was out to get him.
Oh yeah.
He had been preparing for this moment the entire time, and well, that's good. Hopefully that distracts him for a bit longer. But he's like, oh yes, about back to Yaffle.
Yeah. Well, he is very mad because this and other things apparently. I don't think the dragons would know this right now, but he was attempting to become the new god of magic, and sort of didn't really. He had to expend some of that power to kill all these people. It's really been just a bad day. But he's also mad at the same time, even though this was a colossal victory. He's never satisfied.
Wait, he wants to be the new god of magic?
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
it's you can do a lot with a bunch of
diplomacy,
chosen.
right?
Not divine power there.
Yeah. I mean,
And there isn't one, so maybe there should be. Then he'd get to set the rules for what's allowed. Only Thayan magic works. That's a rule.
it's like the thing where it's yeah, only Thayan magic, and that's nowadays that's just necromancy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that would suck probably.
Well, Shah wants the same thing. That's sort of what she's trying to do. Really, a lot of people are trying to do that.
Yeah. Well, if they get powerful enough that they could kill each other, that would be great.
Thanks, Sirik. Really, really, really glad that this has happened.
Clap. Sort of big fun energy brought the
I
apoleptic.
mean, I've been told recently that Sirik's not so bad, so
Someone who worships Sirik told you that Sirik wasn't.
He also told you that the worst people in the world are Sirik worshippers that aren't him.
Yeah, I mean, but that's something I didn't. It's like, no, yes, all Black Dragon sucks except for me. It's like, yes, I know. Isn't it weird? So annoying.
Setherston has also been invited to send up, but chosen actually to stay. You know what? It seems like Dragon War against sort of paladins of Bahamut and stuff like that. He's not really, He has already been very close to dying once, and he's not gonna.
Yeah,
he's gonna throw those dice as little as possible.
The kind of confrontations where you can slink away sneakily. Like, I feel like on a big battlefield with paladins.
The Sentis flag is a red dragon. Not.
It's a black one.
They have a way of dealing with things, which is usually face first.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
In the spring, a new group of Emerald Enclave adventurers will be sent from the Golthandor region. We'll say eastward. Gotta find some druids using influence and sovereignty.
Yeah.
Do it.
That's right. Go east. Let's go adventure.
The Great Dale for the shadow corrupted land.
Yeah, that's an adventure path right there.
That's right. Say influence and sovereignty, as it turns out, that is 8 dice. Woo! I did not roll an extra die. Let's try that again. All right. I got triple sixes and double fives, which is not the 7s I need.
Adventurous?
I mean, you said I could, and I don't care about them having wins for this, so yeah. Sure.
What happens if they have a lot of wins again?
It's how capable the legacy of adventurers are in the region. Basically, the more wins they have, the more I can justify having epic adventurers be around and doing things.
Okay. Well, I mean, that
it-
sounds like a problem for us in the future.
I mean,
Well-
it doesn't sound like a problem for me.
So far, it hasn't been.
Yeah.
Uh, No, they should have been like that. Sound like if I survive, I'll deal with that. It's my.
You know,
It's
you
the
have
same
not-
with them
you have
having
not-
Westgate.
You're not currently being the most nefarious evil creature around these parts, right?
We are
A worse
defending
thing.
these areas.
They have somehow become
Yeah.
better for the
Yeah.
dragons because of all the undead and aboleths.
That's right. There's a threshold that Manikai will have, though, to justifying epic tier adventures.
Yeah.
The bloodline of Jin.
He's not epic.
The fourth in
most
line at this
Paragon.
point. Yeah.
So yes, with the adventurers, some different ones after having returned from Cholt, now bundled up and sent out east.
Going there and will return with valuable insights. The druids of the Dunwood and Lethia there, the Great Dale region, are a bit more of a sort of a dour sort compared to most druids. They're not as they don't really engage in much politics, and they mostly just sort of grumble and are angry and depressed a lot. So maybe they will know something about destruction and ending terrible horrible monsters. They certainly live in a region that's full of them. Yeah, filling in another part of the It look like these lines are continuous.
We'll send out another group later on in the session. There isn't a need for that now. I gotta find some new people, especially if adventurers have to be part of the new people again. I don't know yet.
So, I mean, this one
think-
is the hardest one. You got to travel past the Great Glacier to get there. So
I think what Emmy Israeli Leader is going to personally do, because this is personally important, so that Nova Cree can swoon and fawn, is that before he goes and gets his dumb ass like blown up, Emmy Israeli Leader is gonna like go with Nova Cree, and we're gonna find him a dragon that somehow is like not already tethered to like another group or having been like scared away due to everything happening in the region.
yeah,
Which is going to take her time, which is why I've left her available. It's going to take some personal effort.
There's a lot of black dragons up in the north.
Please,
So many.
Ari. Please, Ari.
Damn it.
yeah. Just scouring the Gulfmere. Is that the?
Yeah, she figures like the Gulf Mirror and then probably like into like the Osran Mountains as well. Especially since Englispark is like distracted. She doesn't really expect that though, and considering how people are fleeing from Englispark too. So I think if she like went searching a direction away from the Gulf Mirror, it would probably be like westward, like southwest, like maybe towards like
Yeah, is she looking for a green dragon, or does it not? I guess there's no reference.
She doesn't like. She's not like. Dude, and I don't think like Nova Cree. What flavor of dragon do you want? One.
Yes.
Got it. Yeah, like the answer is yes. Like great. Like the thing is that like it's the minimal effort that she wants to expend upon it, which means like we just got to get him a dragon. It doesn't even have to be like a particularly like great dragon. It doesn't even have to be like my color scales. I don't care. It could be a silver one. It could be a gold one. He could have whatever scale color. Be like blindingly white, like the fucking stupid mount he's riding. Oh, but it just got to be a dragon so that he can have this power and we can move on with our lives.
All right. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some in the Snowflake Mountains, right? That's got to be home for some sort of dragon, or maybe in the Shilmister forest there. That should be possible. How difficult is it to find a dragon? Now, I assume you don't want a huge one.
No.
One that can be sufficiently sort of beaten up and. Oh, she is an epically powered dragon. She just needs something younger than herself. Well, this region is, is traditionally home to a lineage of red dragons. So is the Troll Mountains. The ones in the Snowflake Mountains, though, are pretty good at just keeping out of trouble and keeping hidden. Because in the Troll Mountains, it's sort of it's the range of a very large dragon who likes to hunt down the weaker of his kin whenever he shows up, which he does randomly. Balagos, one of the most powerful and eldest red dragons. He's very rarely home, but when he is, it's a bad time.
Got it.
Yeah, that said, like we could make you a skill roll, but you have like a whole year to nip these out. I guess the question would be how much time is she willing to dedicate? Like, is this a in a hurry thing or
Until midsummer, so basically half the year.
all right, half a year to scout for mountains to find a dragon? I think she can do that. I don't think overly difficult. I mean, she's basically flying around looking for signs. She has an idea of how dragons work.
She does.
And the vet ones are usually not the most sort of well hidden.
I think she would be sour about like Novacree also having red scales like Yinka. But if that's what it has to be, I don't think like her like attitude about effort is going to extend to like, okay, we have to get a different dragon flavor. Like you can always find other dragon flavors later. You can have like a kaleidoscopic like scale effect. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, rainbow.
Novacree of the rainbow scale. Yeah.
I just got to get on the first hit of tempo. It's like the rest of
the got a little bit, I think we'll look away from like weird gem dragons and stuff and say that, it's a pretty big mountain range. There's some forest there too. There's some plains around. Let's make it a little more interesting and do it randomly, shall we? So
a random chromatic roll, my god.
Yeah.
Or like not even chromatic but metallic.
I want it to be a wide
let's
one.
Do let's do a D2 first to see if it's one is chromatic, two is metallic.
It'd be some shit if you had like silver scale.
Wouldn't it?
Oh,
Metallic.
hey. Okay.
Let's see how fabulous he can become. All right.
Gold or silver?
Gold, silver, bronze, copper, brass. Sort of the standard set. So let's have a D5. Your dice. A 3 would be bronze.
All right.
Known for fascination with war. They often seek out to fight evil things, which is probably what happens.
That's probably it. Like just like the idea of the chromatic dragon being nearby. Evildoer!
You have trespassed.
Like incensed with
me and
rage.
my giant bird friends will fight you.
And instant karma, like lost later, like screen wipe. Unhand me!
Oh,
Yeah,
dare you.
while Amy is like with a bird out of her mouth, like rah, 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 rah.
Yeah, basically.
Delicious giant birds.
Is like the entity has been restrained by all of the terrifying implements Novacree's brought along, and like the malevolent glint in his eye. Yes,
let's take
He's
it
been
home.
preparing for this.
Yeah, let's take it home.
Yeah, and as a prize, Novacree will receive all of the treasure of this dragon, I guess.
Oh, all right. I mean, it's a good one, so it probably didn't have that much. Honestly.
Yep. That way, yeah, that's right. That would be it. Like he can like buy himself something fancy, like whatever.
Like a cloak that matches his new bronze color, and like
I was gonna say it's not gonna be
ceremonial
anything
bronze
useful.
plate mail that actually is not plate mail. It just looks cool.
Yeah.
It's got like it's almost like a rich
ants in it?
insert like just like beautiful like muscular definition.
Like a Greek style breastplate, like large pauldrons. So he's ready for his life as a.
Wow, armor.
Well, he is like he is a ladron. He's a buffet. He understands the sort of aesthetics.
No, yeah, I see it with his big
Maybe
vampire collar
like
there.
some sort of helmet with like big horns on it or something. Yeah.
He stands from his immensely blinding tower of light that acts like as a lighthouse for like anyone like wanting to travel the coast here.
His illuminary. Mm. Oh, Nova Cree.
Well, well done. He finally did it.
Yeah.
You know what? He spent a lot of years licking the boots of the dragon.
Oh, yeah, but he's become powerful. Right? That's
Oh
what he
yeah,
is.
he got it. Like
He got everything
saying,
he
like-
wanted, and he will continue to spend years like
Now
the
he's
boots of
just
the
gotta.
dragon.
Now he's just gotta find a way to get that book of the dragon and get to keep it and have it and be his.
That's how I keep Nova Cree here.
Yeah.
Watch sit behind the glass. Now he's like the cat with the seagull behind the window.
Yeah, exactly.
He spends a lot of time next to Norlos.
Perhaps there would be a way to solve this aboleth problem if I just studied the book of the dragon.
Mhm.
Dry heaves.
Start scratching his arm.
Sonic power.
Well, as long as he doesn't start to look at emissary like food,
Well,
Oh no, he's way too. He's also a coward. He's not. He's not. Like he's not. He's a crazy sort of power hungry guy. He's also completely duplicitous, but he could never fight or defeat the dragon, so he's not gonna try.
Yeah, good.
He knows who gives a.
It gives him dragons. Yeah.
In fact,
the first hit was free, but I do look forward to like a few decades from now. His scales are like multi-hued.
yeah. How much draconic
His,
essence can I
fucking
possibly cram in there?
Split personality time big. Oh my god.
And anyway, that takes care of me. Like
Yeah.
I'm occupied for half the year, so if things go to hell in Westgate, hashtag not my problem.
Wink. Yeah. What is Cicatrix up to?
Well,
Gonna hang around?
Sorry?
Just gonna hang around?
No. I wanted to look into in the start of the year before everything gets crazy.
Hmm.
I was still in pre-winter, winter.
Mhm.
To look into the riddle, prophecy, whatever that Druma got me.
All right.
I need to know what he's talking about. Something about king dying. Something like there's a lot. I have like a lot of notes, but as it turns out, it's all in code. So
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about those damn things, right?
yeah,
It's like,
maybe I should teach the new ones to be a little less cryptic.
Yeah.
Like the hardest riddle is to understand simple, truthful words. So that's what you should do. That's what it's all. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's so your question here would be what? What are you trying to research? It sounds like you're gonna go to a library, right? Or not?
Yes, I think first it would be like basically it's narrowing the scope, right? It's like me as a player is like that sounds like Ceric, but my dragon does not know anything. It's like okay, skull, humanoid, surrounded by blood. Words like I mean, okay, go. I think she would start going through like powerful entities or whatever.
With skull symbols.
With skull symbols, which
Alright.
makes it hard because there's a lot
That's
of
a
them.
lot. That's so many.
I'm surrounded by blood. It's like all bad first tattoos.
Yeah, but
Just like God, not.
but give me a like a religion check with a +5.
Yeah, another religion check. Yeah, that's what I hope
+5
for.
bonus.
Okay, I can.
Yeah, you have access to the library.
Thank God. I have access to many libraries.
Yeah.
Well, give myself
No.
access, and they will.
Well, you don't have access to many libraries because libraries aren't really a thing. Like you think like Westgate has libraries?
Oh, woof. Praise the Lord.
Well, that's a pretty good
Sirik,
roll.
I mean, what?
Yeah. All right. So you begin digging into like list of skull deities, right? Old text about sort of like creepy things, and you really don't have that much to go on. Sort of you go to the librarian and say, "Can I, do you have any books on skulls?" There's a whole width of things. Probably takes a little while, but
Skulls, chess games.
I just love the image of like Ganazar like appearing around your shoulder, like Microsoft Clippy. I hear you're looking into like potential deities. Would you like help with that? No, no.
I mean,
Do it!
really, let's just think about it.
No, it's more like if I was potentially not that I am interested in a skull deity that has these things and is something about a chess game and a fall of a king. Like, I mean, not that I'm interested, but I wonder what that could be.
Well, the symbol of a skull is nothing new in the Faerunian pantheon. Whenever you come,
Yeah, the skull symbol traditionally, sort of in divine manners, is held by deities that are dedicated to death.
Yeah.
Yeah, or
I mean,
necromancy.
that makes sense
That
to
is,
me.
That is that you could be pretty sure that is that's the case. Now, there's a lot of them, a lot of different things like mind flayers, like skull with tentacles. Some have a skull with a dagger through it. Some have skulls with broken jaws. Some have skulls with like cliff and lightning on them. A lot of skulls, mostly humanoid, really. Not a lot of dragon skulls at all. Really.
Well, because we're hard to kill.
Maybe that's true. Yeah, maybe it just doesn't have enough for people to make holy symbols
Humans,
out
you
of them.
know, there's a lot of them.
It would be
around.
something though, a god that had holy symbols made out of dragon skulls. It requires a lot to get that, but it's a good role, and finding out and begin to look into it. We're skipping some time here, right?
Yes.
Specifically, the skull surrounded by the droplets of blood would signal to a dead deity by the name of Baal,
Oh.
who in ancient times, or I should say, maybe not ancient, for you're a dragon. For humans, it would be an almost unremembered time before the spell plague. Baal was the lord of murder until Sirik stole the domain, and Baal died. People are not entirely sure who killed Baal, but Sirik does have a tendency to be around when those things happen.
It's weird.
Yeah, but Baal died. Now, it is said that Baal knew he was going to die. And a god who knows that he's going to die, well, similar to, I suppose, a Thayan wizard of divination, could spend some time coming up with a plan. Solve a few things. Prepare for this eventuality. And it turns out that Baal did. A long time ago, he created a score of children, and each gave them part of his divine essence, much like a chosen, if you will. They held part of himself inside them. And well, I mean, it's a long time ago, right? But presumably that might also allow them to live for a very long time.
Oh God. When I last. Okay.
Now, if this vision is true, then there is in the future a consciousness looking to be released or returned to the world. And since Sirik is imprisoned, that consciousness might well be able to reclaim the divinity of murder. Which, if you're looking for a weapon, certainly would be an interesting place to find it.
Okay, but what's all this stuff with an ancient game?
Well, it is
And
said
the
that
death of a king and a fall of the other.
let me elaborate exactly on the thing you got. I might answer your question. The game, a centuries in the making, the game that Baal set up when he knew he was going to die. Placing the pieces on the board, his children, his divine essence, brought out into the world. Now, those children did not really like their dad, as you would say. And most of them did not have in mind to actually assist Baal in his attempt to cheat on existence and death. And thus they all tried to sort of, use the power they had for themselves, as you might imagine you would do if you were chosen for a dead god. This prophecy would suggest that that's not going to work out well for them. Now, if you were to find them, if you were to kill them, take the essence, and return it to this deity, that might well be rewarded. Murder for murder, as it were.
Or if you were able to find a way to put the murder essence of a deity into you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. If you find the essence of murder and you give it to the.
Not unprecedented.
Who would
And you
someone who
sacrifice
wants
a
to
new
murder?
queen.
Who would someone who
Dark and
wants to murder
beautiful.
creatures more powerful than herself? Like, go. What would she do?
Yeah. But basically, the hag tried to find a way to find something for you that would make you able to, as she said it, right, really shake things, really make a ripple. Because in doing
Yes.
so, she would have made a ripple by giving you this information, by giving you this trail. She might have changed the world in ways greater than she ever could. Leave a legacy.
Well, that makes sense. She said something about someone who couldn't be reached in our time, which makes sense if it's a dead someone, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I am the Bitchatrix, Lady of Murder.
It also brings something to mind in the world of around you, something that probably hasn't thought about before. He's looked through all this, but there are many gods that have died most recently. The word that some chosen have appeared using the power of those dead gods might show that as long as a god, though dead, has divine power invested in something else, as long as that something else is alive or in the world, the power survives and could potentially be used to revive that deity. For God's death might not have to be forever, which is something most people probably wouldn't think possible. Reviving a god seems like an impossible thing, even though it has happened before. But it's not something, everyone could find out and probably begin guessing at such possibilities, but it's not something most people really concern themselves with
Well,
as they spend half a
isn't
year
it
diving into lore,
at least in the stories that'll come, it'll be someone ascends, right? Like,
It might be.
so it's still this like, well, this person who was a chosen then ended up becoming the new Sylvanas or whatever, right? But it's like that doesn't really put it into like, oh, someone did something and that happened,
There are many different stories.
Yeah.
And it's not something you're looking into right now. You got a pretty good roll though, so you beat the hot DC. I'm giving you a bit extra, but all is said,
Okay.
if this one is waiting to return, there might be others who laid plans for weathering the spell plague. Yaffel's idea here to survive might not have been as novel as was once thought.
Yeah. I mean,
You have more questions about what you've learned, or is it enough to go and ruminate?
well, I mean, it's good to know something, but like I don't know how to begin. Like, also, I'm guessing that the worshippers of Zurich are not cool with this thing.
The worship of Surrey are not generally cool with anything, nor do they have any coherent voice.
That's true.
It's more like a mad group of insane people running around screaming. They don't really have a lot of.
What a question, Ari, as if, like, the Xeric worshippers were like a cogent mass that had, like, coherent
I
thought.
just mean, like, I feel like I shouldn't use the black network with that, like, Zurich guy in it to be like, hey, if you find any, like, people who remind you of murder, but it's not Zurich.
Perhaps you should have ended the sentence with, I don't feel like I should use the Black Network. Period.
Yes.
Alright.
Well, okay. Now I know that. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I know why you did this, though, instead of... Because you don't want to, like, actually decide where the fuck you want to put your portal.
Well, I mean, yes, that too. But also, I was afraid that this knowledge would no longer be relevant, which still might happen. Was there something about some people meeting, two of the actors meeting in Waterdeep? I seem to.
Not Waterdeep, but certainly there was
Oh.
a call towards a city by the sea to the west.
Oh.
What if it was Baldur's Gate?
Baldur's Gate. Okay. I mean,
Well, if you think about that, actually, currently ruling the city-state of is someone called the hero of Baldur's Gate,
great for him.
who is a very old human being,
Oh.
been around for a long time,
Is he?
like almost older than you.
And a human?
Yes,
Impossible. Okay. Well,
Well,
he's
unlikely,
clearly not.
you know. A whole lot of things happened back in the day. And that was certainly also the area where this crisis happened. So that might indeed be a very good place to start. Looking around.
Great. Well, I don't have time to go on a holiday trip
I know
to
you
Baldur's Gate right now.
you fucked off to like several years back, but that was different.
You know, I didn't have like a giant
Right.
spire.
Yeah, you leaving your minions alone as you travel to Baldur's Gate from here.
Yeah, that feels like.
Yeah. It, it's certainly awakened a possibility, You can sort of do with this information what you will.
Well, no, I cannot right now. I have the information.
What I'm saying is, even if you don't go there and do something now, thinking about what you would want to do with it
Yeah,
might still be fruitful.
I think like Grimace said, like there's definitely well, okay, yes, there's. I mean, it's the thing, right? Like, if it's not within this person's power to protest, then why should I be the servant if I can be the master?
What if
Yes,
I can control it? Where
those were
everyone
the
is
words I explicitly said. Yes.
You know what Grimace said? Just eat it all up yourself. Why? Like, you know, if
Just shoveling
Madeline was
words in
out
my
here
mouth.
offering up divine power for
Yeah.
everyone, I mean.
Uh,
Also,
you're-
immediately, if like a part of a chosen is there, they can't really die. Look into that goddamn Nobanian line. Like, we need to kill it. We need to kill
Look,
it now.
you're the one who wanted the cryptic line of bullshit, like Asa. You're the one who wanted these hags, so you're the one who has to deal with the consequences of this cryptic
Well,
bullshit.
I didn't realize that me being able to ask anything would come out in poetry code, you know.
Like,
But
But,
it has been
that's how these
useful.
oracles work, man. It's not they don't give you exact answers.
No, they really do not. Well, okay. I suppose the Cicatrix will return from the library, puzzled,
I'm
and with a
glad to
headache
have helped
after
you in your
talking with
research.
Canisar. You know?
I like to imagine that the that going was the old policing role. So when Cicatrix came back, someone was like, "Oh, you were gone," and she's like,
Yeah.
"You didn't realize?
Mm.
You didn't
Look
realize?"
at the signs we have erected, my terrifying
Yeah, I
lady. Like,
painted it. So it's upside down.
Yeah, and then, you know, new meat was made close to the Ilford that day. When a couple bodies were flung into the ever-growing forest.
they just arc through the air from Westgate to the to the curve.
I'll take the extra flight. I'll do it. The anger will carry me there.
That's right. That's the seeing it done on a minor level.
Yes. Just, well, it's, you know, you don't want to waste the dead bodies when I can juice them and get money. Quite literally.
Have you considered hooking the sovereignty on your mead?
I just did, and then it was like, well, great. Then it won't be in Westgate. Then that icon will just move in this tiny little lake right on the Ilford and cover everything up.
Wouldn't that be some shit if Manikai was like, their physiology might not respond to this, but what if it did? And then one session you log into the obelisk is sitting right here.
Just look out. Actually, my dude doesn't work.
Damn. Maybe we
It's,
updated too hard. We have to roll back a version.
yeah, back a couple sessions when there wasn't a giant icon on my place. Yeah. Well, okay. Other than that, I think the Cicatrix just sits on that again, contemplates, you know, whether that could be something. Certainly, power to murder everyone. That seems useful. That's in fact what she finds herself doing most of the time. Anyway, and you know, Umbally has offered her a knife, and then basically she needs to do whatever she says, or she will be murdered.
Yeah.
Which that's usually her way of interrogating people. There could be there's some things to improve in that deal.
So, given the new information, next goal: kill Umberly.
That's like, oh, you say they need their chosen, huh? He looks mighty damaged right now. No.
In his nature, it pretty much always is.
You know. Yes, that's fine. Yeah, so stay in Westgate, keep an eye on her people, and make sure that they actually do some policing.
And they do, as it turns out. Enough.
Destroy the sign.
Enough to once more say that the underground, the flooded tunnels, have an increasing number of aboleths in them. It would appear that they are mapping them with rapid speed, looking for something.
Cicatrix is immediately paranoid that she hasn't found everything that's down there. Like, found the portal, check. Found the, magic dragon tomb, check. And it's like, is there more cool shit down there that I haven't gotten?
As a metagame question, is the King Killer Shard something we have to think about? That's the Humanikai.
No.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, I was like,
That is
There-
malignant.
There you go, Eric.
great. Not even gonna attempt to figure out what they want.
Interrogate an aboleth.
Yeah, it's like, all right, well, how much money was it that Veliknev had sent me? Now this
60,000.
great.
You know, there might be a way for you to interrogate an aboleth since you know something that could deeply inconvenience it. Just lower it into the barrel.
Oh, my skin, it's so unmoist. Oh, I really hate this. It's like itchy.
Oh no!
My slime, it's all falling off. You know.
It's like, what are you looking for down there? I'll never talk. Oh no!
Oh, it's
My
so
dry
uncomfortable.
pores.
So uncomfortable.
My skin fastens as an outer shell.
I
Ah!
have to re-moisturize.
Where are my
It's
lotions?
like a spray gun just out of reach. I could do it. If only you tell me what I want to know.
To be inconvenienced. So
You would have to like outsource it to like undead servants doing like all that so that they weren't charged or dominated.
Yeah, how do you think the vampires act? Like, you want what?
Gazelle, here's what I'm gonna need from you. I'm sorry.
I need you to spray this aboleth.
walk around and spray it. Bad.
Every time it lifts its gross tentacle, you're like, psh, psh. No. I mean,
No.
that's. If
No,
only I had
my
a horde of vampires, that seems like it would be effective for just solving the entire problem, honestly.
No, that is a convenient thing. Yes, having a lot of vampires is. You know,
Yeah,
very
like
powerful.
I'm sure there were other entities that would be like Team Pro Vampire. If you could only secure more vampires.
You know, yeah, on short notice, I need these people to start biting.
Oh.
Not my people, but
What if a guild war against the Adventurers Guild of Westgate? And then we're all going to be turned around to. This is definitely the time to do.
I tell Cassell to bitch smack her other night masks.
That would be a way to get more vampires, right? Just
Yeah, sure, yeah, and then after that, you'll be vampires with tentacles. It's
Think of it like so like creating vampires, creating more predators, and causing like some odd like power disparity. However, it's the only way to assure that anyone you value isn't influenced by the apolethic sovereignty. Anyone you feel may be useful to you needs to become undead, right? So that they stop having these nightmares. Because that's not a problem that the undead are having, right? These nightmares.
No, they don't really sleep ever. So
yeah, it's only your living servants.
I can't wait for the Emerald Enclave to come. Be like, we will defend West. What the fuck? They're all undead. We will defend nature.
Well, obviously, they won't figure that out, or else you're going to have a problem because the people who are defending Westgate are the Myliki motherfuckers. They will land your life.
It's like, nature. Did that guy's arm just fall off? No.
It is truly a lost cause. We must burn the city.
we shall dedicate this victory to the sun. And all the vampires are like, go. That's also the problem, of course. The Aboleth just attack in daylight, and then.
Yeah,
right.
God. Okay, well, so, how much? I can't say this. How much abolithic poison do I need to severely inconvenience all these motherfuckers?
What? All of them?
Well, just like the main tunnels.
All of them beneath all of Westgate for how long of a period of time?
Yeah,
no.
You could fill it up pretty well with a cobble, like for a while, but for like a year, it'd be difficult to like. It'd be unsustainable.
No. Yes, I want to do it for a time, stun them, and then basically smack their face while they're doing it. Right, because they get weakened and shit with the poison.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's true.
I don't want to fight 1,000 aboliths in full health. I trouble with one.
You want the poison basically to create the opportunity that you can use to attack them instead of
Yes.
them either fighting you at full strength or fleeing from you readily.
Yes.
All right. Right now they're trying to espionage to gather information about the city, the tunnel layout. Yeah, you could. I mean, that would basically be you turning around and doing unconventional warfare to attack their might or influence.
Okay.
That makes sense. Unconventional warfare is might plus influence.
Yeah, you could do that. Basically, smack them on the tentacle. I would say if you want to do honestly one such roll. I mean, they're right there right now. So if you want to just use one dose to do a roll, then I'd be okay with that.
I'll fucking do that. I was ready to. I have like the math for how much I can get for 60,000 right here on my my
Yeah,
hand.
it's
I'll do.
expensive, but yeah.
You know, the money came cheap. It'll go cheap.
The money.
Well, you know, safe to say that the 66 will participate.
So what
in
would you be
this.
attacking? Their might or their You're trying to get the sort of guard ones, or are you going for the sneaky mind?
I want the sneaky mind controlling ones because that's the ones they're gonna use on me in a couple rounds.
Seems likely. Seems what they're
Yeah,
already beginning
that's
to
what
do.
they have always been doing. You know, I'm tired of having to murder my officers
Influence
once they
them.
start like being like, I don't know, I think that tentacles are pretty cool. I'm like, oh god, again.
All right, well, do your thing.
Well, I have already burned 2 might.
This is in water
Ooh,
because it's underwater.
important.
Yeah, you have to reflect on like the minions that you're going to be bringing, as obviously you can't like put your ships down beneath Westgate.
You got plenty of like Hagen and Watoa and stuff like that.
Yes.
I mean, they're
Fish
not
monsters.
expended often, so as you know.
Yeah. Just send your Sagan to like skirmish with like the Aboleth servants down there.
6, 8, 9 dice.
All right, that's pretty good. Let's bring on. They will defend. Don't want you to. There's sliminess, might, and sovereignty.
That's the terrible thing about doing unconventional warfare against them. Their sovereignty is scary.
They get nothing. They cannot delete either your 7s or your 6s. If they're trying to defend, they're sort of reacting, and so you do get through. You slap their influence. Basically, like sending them reeling, right? I think enabling you to further attack them, because now they're going to do their actual role to try to figure out what's going on here. So you've slapped them. They'll be weaker at doing it. And you managed to get some of them. But let's see if they actually have managed to learn anything. That is influence and treasure for them. So they have a double 7 at learning things. Now you have policing of 888, and they don't really beat that. So you definitely know that this is going on, and you can defend against it freely. They can't be secret. Also, didn't roll well enough to do it anyway.
Okay. And
if you
how
want
do
to
I
defend and stop them from learning what they're trying to do, then influence and territory.
God.
So the policing doesn't outright just stop them from accomplishing that?
I was on the fence for it. I think if they were, yeah, I mean, right. Let me check.
I only asked because of like how prior definitions of policing have been presented.
Policing. Mechanics. Yeah. So policing is a defense, a premature defense against unconventional warfare and espionage. So you're right. They would have to beat it to actually do it.
Whew.
Which they would have if you hadn't upgraded your
Yeah, I mean, again, any roll with doubles would have. It's a
Yeah.
very sad attempt.
well. You, I'll say, also find out they seem to have been trying to map the thing, looking for the way that you descended into the underground, which was through the Capitol building. Seems like that was where they wanted to sort of sprout up from.
Oh, they want to go from up there and take control.
Presumably. Yeah.
Okay.
But that certainly didn't really work out now, did it? All right. Oh. Sure. They will withdraw that attempt then. Some policing there. They're beginning to have.
You know what happened? They saw the sign which had been dumped into like the sewers, and they were like, "Well, that seems easy," because the sign was trashed by the Cicatrix. And then they came up and said, "Oh, there's actual policing. Okay."
Well, policing is really like patrols and interrogations and things going on.
Yeah.
You're actually with power controlling.
You look suspiciously like an apple. No. I like being moist. Anyone use that word?
But that's probably not all that they've got in store for you.
No,
So where does the Cicatrix stay while in Westwood? I asked this before, but we sort of just nondescriptly said, well, around. Like, how paranoid is the dragon here in regards to where they themselves would be hanging out?
Like last session, you had described her as sleeping at the headquarters building, because that's where the chosen of Umberly emerged from the.
Yeah.
Has she changed how or where is she sleeping in light of what happened last session, or is she remaining constant?
I think she might be changing it. Certainly, if not, there might be a change of the entities she keeps close. Like maybe Gethras and Mystic Burst Chambers are, quite close to where she is now.
Mystic Burst has been moved here full time.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, because if shit hits the fan, they can't be on the other side of the city. So I think there certainly has become there's a concentration of power around her, much like in a layer defense. Again, I like any possession she would have would be not too far away from water, but she definitely has moved as far away as she had and started layering there because she can fly, so she still has escape possibilities that are not connected to water. And right now, water seems like more of a threat than a boon. Usually it's been a boon to her, but not so much right now.
And if she was informed by one of her people that it would appear the Sovereignty had scouted the waterway far enough that they have basically they have found strange markings on some of the eels captured by Eelford, similar to some whales that washed up on the sea. You gotta eat, but what will be, basically that happens. Informed that there has been seems whatever strangeness they've been seeking out further inland, and been probing to figure out perhaps more about Cicatrix herself.
I think first thought goes to the chosen of Labanian, that is.
All right.
Of course, she is here. So is her main forces right now. The sovereignty cannot learn of the chosen of Labanian, right? Like, and they can only look so much in that way before they see a strange blue light up there. It's weird.
Well, I mean, presumably they spent most of the time underwater, and when they learn things, it's usually from
Yeah.
interrogating people that they sort of mind control. Not a lot of her people actually have any idea what's in the Blue Hill.
No.
They've been
No.
told to just stay away from it, so it's not like
Yeah,
that's
it's
likely
true.
to
Okay.
leak unless like high activity or something's gonna prod it.
Yeah, it's understandable the paranoid black dragon's going to think about that, but that's not actually information they can access because of how the
Right.
water is laid out, the distance from the coastline, and how no one they'd mind control would actually know a fucking thing.
I mean, at this point, who knows? Like, probably some members of the Emerald Enclave that, I mean, it was a thing for a while, right? But no one sort of, like, no one Westgate. So who cares?
I mean, there's enough stuff happening in Westgate.
Yeah,
exactly.
So it's not like they're
okay,
sort of
good.
probing for that. They're mostly seemingly looking into Cicatrix and potentially how to get Cicatrix. It's becoming clear that Cicatrix is a if Cicatrix was removed from the equation, things would generally go better. But again, opposes them vehemently and often.
Wow. That's a personal attack.
Yeah, like literally. Like if
Yeah.
if they found where you slept and attacked you where you
Yeah,
slept.
they're looking for things you care about. You
Yeah.
threaten them and take them from you.
Yeah, that will not make me stop. Yeah. Certainly after, maybe having come to the conclusion that yes, okay, maybe they won't find out, and if they were going to find out about Nobanian, they would have already. She thinks of her hags, who live on the water.
Mhm.
She would prefer it if they didn't get captured by Blue Flame. I mean, Druma's not there, but she likes getting information, and there could be a Druma too one day, and if there is, she wants them on her side.
They'll move the hacks.
I think she'll move the hags. Yeah.
They're not going to complain. They're very obedient.
Yeah.
They, as it turns out, they've been serving the Cicatrix almost as long as they know. So,
yeah.
What's going to be done with them?
Well, I was thinking how, so the reason why they stay on water, that was originally because they didn't want all the visions from under. Well, they were scared of something from below.
Would come, yes.
Right. Would they still be scared now that he is sort of not on a warpath with me at the moment?
No.
Yes. All right. Well, then I think that, there's.
Into the Serpent Valley.
I was like, how strong are they against mental manipulation? I feel like there's a nice grove that they can live close to.
Drink some sap.
Well, maybe not.
join a dryad for some hangouts.
But
Yeah,
that's the thing, right?
They can go to the Serpent Valley. It's got a lot of mud. It's like not really got a lot going on these days.
Yeah, but, I think she would basically, because she could shove them inside the eel fort, but that's
Or live in an old pipe.
That's not really safe either. When there's not people there, it's just stone. And, I don't think these people care. And also, yes, I mean, since it has been her holding, of course there's a water pathway in.
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And let's be clear, there's not only one.
There's many. Yeah.
It is guarded, but, I mean, look at that icon size. If they want to find it, it will. Yeah. Yeah. But certainly, the dragon is getting paranoid here.
Mhm.
She
At
has
least
been layering here for a while now, but yeah.
it seems that the Avalon have taken this personally.
I mean, okay. You know what? Me too. So yeah, I don't know what else to do. I would like to stop it, but I can't. So I could call Emmy, and she would be all smirmy about all her magic druid shit.
Emmy isn't home at the moment.
That's true. I'd get Nova
She's
Cree.
out
That's even
dragon hunting.
worse.
No, Nova Cree
No.
isn't home either.
Oh
No,
yeah.
you wouldn't. You would get literally no one. There would no one be around to answer the stone.
There'd not even be music.
No.
Which she might enjoy for a little bit until she realizes it's because no one's answering.
It's quiet. What does
Well.
that mean? How is Emmy feeling? Lethal?
I was gonna say checks up on Emmy. How's she feeling?
Smug?
Relaxed, okay.
Fine.
Typical for her, not for me. What are you doing?
Yeah. It's like I would like to think that Versi just gets more and more aggravated every time she checks in. I was like, oh, she's like, yeah, relaxed, like very full, and it's like, motherfucker, out here enjoying life.
Well, as we move down into sort of the further year here, though, there's the news that the Adventurers Guild of Westgate has indeed, or intent to accept the offer from Cormier to send aid to the city to help deal with this threat of eldritch terrible things. Because they're not here to control the city, but Cormier certainly doesn't like what's happening out there. Now, if they had a fleet, they could challenge this thing head on, but their fleet got decimated a while ago, and they haven't really
Okay.
build another one.
You
Really.
don't
I
want
feel
to
like that's
blame
the
anyone for that.
main problem here. They also used to have an orb of
happens.
storms that could be used to tame some of the water control, but that also has been lost to them.
Yeah, point at the dragon.
Instead, they would send a force of dragon knights and war mages, adept warriors to fight.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I'm desperate enough to not stop them.
And some
yes.
sun clerics and some nobles that used to live in Westgate and be sort of part of the city once upon a time.
The whatever golden dagger, whatever.
I can't imagine it's the fire knives so much.
They were bad guys.
It
would be other people.
Yeah.
It's like something dagger, fire knife. Yeah.
That guild war was a long time ago, Ari.
I was in the old dragon. Losing no memories.
The people, it's like looking for skull iconography, It's...
So that is what Cormier is beginning to help empower the adventurers here and help try to move Westgate in a good, positive direction of justice. But also with the attitude that Cormier had recently, which is we're just kind of done being the nice guys, and we just kind of want all this horrible stuff to end. So, no.
Same.
Yeah, they're not. Their current king doesn't have the same attitude as their ancient king. But, it's all about how you do things. He's more like, well, let's just get things done. And history can blame me if it wants to. Most of a lawful, neutral attitude, really. Yeah, and sort of with that, we move down. change map here. As Army has done this. I'd say it's unfortunate for them, but more of their support from outside factions is gonna fall away because there is unrest and trouble in Aglarond. That's definitely the wrong color. As it's all consumed by a red tide. It'll be alarming. Another thing coming. No, they simply leave and withdraw their forces that have been sort of in Cormyr to threaten Sembia. Keep Sembia and Netheril from invading. Because they have a lot of unrest at home. It turns out a lot of the Thayan deserters and whatnot has sort of spilled into their country and are making a whole mess of it. And the Thayans of Sestam are not really accepting or respecting the border anymore, and they're sort of also moving in to catch them, which is sort of an impromptu, almost accidental invasion happening. And so they're turning their attention to that for the time being. Because if it suddenly seemed too easy for Thay to just take them over, then they might decide to just do that. That would not be in their destiny. Great. And thinking about how I best describe what's about to happen. So as we round
that
into
makes me calm.
as we round about into summer. You know, I'm just gonna do the check. There's another espionage check here from
Great.
This is to move into the city of Westgate unseen. Influence and they don't do it. Which means that scouts report that something powerful has approached the city's underground. A being that was previously prepared for. It would seem the Astro Kraken has arrived. Not only that, it has been attempting to find a way into Cicatrix's lair. As it turns out, there's no watery passage there.
No.
But it seems to be here, looking specifically and acting quickly, with the purpose of finding Cicatrix. Now, it failed. Obviously, your policing has stopped it, but it is here, and it is coming for you.
Great. I feel great.
There's an alternate reality where, you're just idling by the pool of water in your lair, and then the colossal being just emerges like its tentacles and just grab you.
Teleports speeding in.
Excuse you. It is acid. I have taste.
Frantically teleporting to the green dragon.
It's because they're like, Emissary wouldn't happen to be somewhere near water, would she? Whoop.
Emissary, just alternate reality, still, looking at the bronze dragon from a distance, it's watching it, while it's doing things, enjoying that she can hide from it. Suddenly, Black Dragon screaming appears right next to her.
Just covered in thick viscous liquid. Oh, it's terrible.
It was right there. Suction cup marks everywhere.
It's coming for me.
Yeah.
The impossible has arrived, Harry.
It is here, and it is not going to go away. For now, though, basically you could make it appear for you very easily by just going to a body of water nearby. But the fact that it didn't manage to ambush you means that you at least have time to prepare for that situation.
Yeah, well, I don't feel like I have a lot of
allows
choice.
you to engage it on
so,
your terms. Or leave, obviously. Go someplace else.
Yeah, no.
Many things it does. It can hover, but I think you're much faster than it is. Oh, actually, it's pretty damn fast at flying too. Never mind.
I was gonna say we don't have great flying speed, so no. It's not. Sorry, I'm reading my notes.
Yeah, of course.
So,
then, while you do that with this information, I'm just gonna go to the bathroom. Be right back.
sure.
It doesn't need to go to me. I'm having fun until like midsummer, which is about when this thing is appearing. I'm still like frolicking in the mountains.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's like it just comes back. It's like if there was a counter, it's like 100 missed calls. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, if there was.
Checked in with the signature, just like dry heaving. Oh my god.
Well, here's the thing. So, like, every now and then, got the ring of the protector. The green dragon checks in. Current emotional status, the same. Some mixture of, like, rage and paranoia.
Yeah.
Rage and fear. Eventually, she stops checking. Just like, well, whatever.
It's always the same. She's never happy. Maybe once she was like, "Oh, she's happy," and it's like, "Oh, she's sleeping."
It was different. It was.
It had a dream, a lucid dream.
It was after the ritual got performed on her to like infuse her with all the energy.
Just great for a time, but all good things shall pass. Yeah. It's like, oh, you had time to prepare. Yeah, how do we prepare for this?
I mean,
like,
you had 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, I bought the items and stuff, but like I have in no, magic fuck off Astro Kraken rituals I can deploy here. That would be sweet. No poison works against it.
I mean, I guess you could always do it without me entirely and like assemble your team of NPCs. Okay, everyone, here's what we're gonna do.
No,
we're gonna go to this body of water.
She's definitely
I'm gonna call for the chosen of Umberlee, and then we're gonna like ollie oxen free, impossible.
all people mashed on the stage there. It's like just put them. It's like, oh, which one should we? No, just put them there. Because they're no use to me if I'm dead. So it's really the main thing here. Cicatrix thinks of Elignaphy usually answered his phone sometimes. I mean, Stone. Now he's gone. Yes. I was just saying I don't know how, like, I already bought the items and stuff. I don't know how to prepare other than calling Emmy and being like,
I mean, at this point, I think Imizori would be back home, and I bet Novacree would be working on the process.
Yeah.
Filing his nails. Shining his scales.
Shuffling through the book under supervision to.
Yep.
He's gonna be
book
so
is taken
mad.
out of its impenetrable case next to the pendant of hope. like the green dragon does not let him alone with the book.
Mm-hmm. What is the green dragon's attitude towards Novacree, sort of in that respect?
Novacree's not getting that book.
Yeah.
That's her attitude.
Emmy's book.
Well, no, it's not Emmy's or Leader's book. Novacree's not getting the book. It's not a matter of like who possesses it, except for who doesn't possess it, which is Novacree. She'd rather see the book destroyed than no. Well, maybe not. Maybe not that extreme. But everything she's learned about Novacree after a century of them being together has informed her. Novacree doesn't get this book because Emmy's leader will like be in torpor, like some sort of like slug mode, and Novacree like, yes, I will fix this. I will make you whole again, mistress. And then she becomes a Draco Lich, and now Novacree has her phylactery. Like that's how that goes.
You could be my
familiar.
familiar.
Always be impressed that you got your soul, but
You don't
Yeah.
have to worry about hell anymore. I knew that.
Don't worry, I have.
I've helped you as you have helped me, yes.
Yes, you will help me now for eternity. Like, no.
He certainly has that sort of megalomaniac aspect in him. So it might be
And,
wise.
and the reason why it's being kept with the Pendant of Hope is that because if Novacree tries to get in there, the Paladin has standing orders to cut him down.
Oh yeah. No,
That's great.
He guards the thing. He's not a weakling. Can throw down.
Yeah, I suspect in close combat with a sorcerer, he'll do all right.
Evils also.
That's right.
Just to make
Smite
him more
for
certain.
days.
Yeah,
bouncing
just
full
fucking minor action smite.
So that Novacree's like next plan for like the next decade would be like, how do I lure this paladin away for like just a moment?
Imagine, Norlos. If you had the power of a dragon, he's like, I'm not interested. How could you? I don't even. But it's
What do you mean you're not?
like a dragon, It's like a
You could fly.
breathe magic. And he's like, no, I don't.
I could show you the world. Just like the paladin just stares at him.
It would match. We could find you one that matches your fur.
It
Doesn't even have to clash with the
I'm
color scheme.
Sure, the aesthetics would work out,
So,
Because that could be the biggest concern.
Yeah.
so
No,
I feel like even with like frantic flailing and like attempting to contact, it still probably takes like a user at least like several hours before she realizes like the sending stones like attempted to be used. And
Oh.
yeah, because Novacree is not attending to it, as it turns out.
and she's looking over Novacree and not paying the stone any mind.
Yeah.
So like eventually there's like I heard something from hello, Secretrix. I know you're alive. I can feel you through the ring. If you were in great peril, you would have teleported to me.
Dry heaving. The impossible is here.
The what now?
The Astro Kraken.
The what? Oh, yeah. You mentioned something about that. Like her memory, like sluggishly, like trying, like something. Yeah, my druid's right. Yeah. Okay. In Westgate,
Yes.
and you're still in Westgate.
Too. Yes, I am.
Oh, all right. So
Has already found my other lair.
yeah, it's probably looking for a new home because of me smashing the one they were preparing for it.
Well, right now it seems it is looking for me.
That might just be the paranoia talking, but you are very important.
If it looks to like the pool of water outside, like, well, I have it on good authority and several dead scouts. It has re-entered, and it has scouted out my lair in the Eelfort, trying to find
The
entrances.
Eelfort?
Yes. It is compromised.
Oh, I guess it's a good thing you don't stay there anymore.
Well, yes, but that also leads to the Astral Kraken now being here, where I do stay.
Have you ever considered not living by or in the water?
Well, currently not living by the water. And I am living.
So, do you need help out of Westgate?
Well, I could come to you, I suppose. That's a fine offer.
Because if you were in like immediate danger, I'm sure you would have found the way to come to me directly. What else would you be looking for?
I would prefer it if it did not take over Westgate, admittedly.
Sure. You want us to fight and slay this impossible.
No, I want us to fight it and make it hard enough that it goes bother someone else. Someone who is not here.
All right.
Here, Watergate, whatever, water. There's water deep, water low. There are other places that are not here. Zambia seems nice. They have many people, a lot of money. Why not go there?
Sure. You know, that is something, isn't it? Why aren't the entities from the far realm and the shadow entities from Shar fighting each other? Speaking of which, aren't you on good terms with her?
Wow, I can't believe you bring up my ex now. No. Really? We're doing this now, Emmy? Rolls eyes.
Can't believe you brought up my ex.
This just snorts.
Could always ask those shadow people for assistance. Don't they owe you something?
No,
Hmm.
that transaction was already done.
All right. Well, I can traverse to Westgate, though I will not stake my life on it as you would not stake yours. What will you do with your servants and minions who are in Westgate? Are you going to have them remain in the city?
They will fight.
Ah. Like lowly mumbling, so she won't have minions. Got it.
I can assure you that there will be other entities for them to take care of than the impossible. I thank you again for the recipe on epiphytic poison. It has been most useful to me as of late.
You're the one who did the work. I just pointed you correctly.
Flashback to Percy, like, what? What? I don't. What? What are you talking about?
What is
And me being like,
herbs?
okay, just go buy this. Just go buy this. Follow this recipe. It's like, what is this? It's like, it's not important. Just
and remember your place in the hierarchy.
people will know. It's like winter berries sowed in spring. What the fuck? What? It's a berry. Aren't our berries the same? No, apparently not. Yeah.
The green dragon felt like the equivalent of a sigh, like to put you at ease and to ensure that you have some city to keep playing around with. I will come to Westgate to attempt to aid you in this, though I confess to not knowing very much about this impossible.
Well, I only have bad news on that front.
She says, "It's not the first time I have been." Just sighs, like, you can tell me when I get there. I'll. She, like walks away from the stone, ensures the book's locked up, and like thinks about like who where she's going and what she might be fighting against, and one of the keepers of the cerulean signs, Zircon, are going to be coming with her. As she will traverse to Westgate. This is not a task that she can assigned to druids of the Emerald Enclave, but I think those who are monitoring the city, the little expeditionary force of the pro-civilization, like cooperative Myliki, will be told to keep an eye out, because things might be happening in the air real soon, because there might be a huge aerial fight coming up.
Yeah. Off the
And,
city.
and if a green dragon body plummets, find and retrieve it.
That would be much appreciated.
No, that part doesn't count. The green dragon doesn't mention the idea of appreciation. You should do this.
Psychic will.
Well, she said green dragon, not a black dragon body. She didn't mention anything about the druids fighting a black dragon.
No, don't. Oh my god. I have enemies enough right now, honestly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also, I suppose I'll warn Senestin, even though he probably knows everything. I imagine he's informed by my people.
Yeah, how do you go about warning Zethus? Wink.
Should I? She's like, oh, there's a big meeting. We're having a big meeting, me and Emmy, and the chosen of Umpoli.
In the skies above the city of Westgate, be here at noon.
Yeah, I don't know. Perhaps like, this is the thing. I don't know what he can't trust him at all. Like,
What do you mean?
Save me, so I'm about to die. He's like, yes, of course I will. I'm like, oh, great.
What do you mean you can't trust him?
Look at his smile. Zoom in.
Here we go
Zoom
again.
in on him.
His aesthetics are not trustworthy.
We're on the same team, remember?
Yeah. Well, anyway, he will be informed. And if he wishes to make himself useful, he can. If not, well, shit's about to go down here. So
He will, he does not think he would really be as useful at this task as it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Well, is he very fast?
He's reasonably fast, yeah, for dragons.
Great. I'd appreciate it if you retrieve my body if I'm about to die.
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course, I will eat it. Okay, well.
Of course he would. He'd be available for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In danger as she sees him fly inland. I guess I will definitely be available for that. Packing up his stuff. Yeah,
Ethelstone is good at not being found out when he doesn't want.
Yeah.
Sticking around in case of terrible situation.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Well, alternatively, he can go to Baldur's Gate and spy for me. Those are the options.
The next 10 days, he moves to Jacinta. No, he actually fucking. As far as you know.
There's been no terrible news about that region, really. So.
Yeah, I
But
figured.
some
I was
intrigue
like,
with
okay,
Amma.
so he's going to be a completely useless, and then I was like, I wonder if I can get just something.
The next day later, you go to mention no, that was off the cuff. Here's what I really want you to do, and you can't find any report of him.
No, he went to he delivered us an address. Come with the Black Network too. He left 6 minutes after you.
Yeah, gathered his shit, and I was like, yeah, I'm ditching this. He was already packed. Don't
He has a
fucking
bit of the same relationship to you as that many of Severius's sort of subjugated dragons do to him. He wants to not make you mad, because that would be very bad for him. On the other hand, he also likes doing his own thing. So, information gathering, that's perfectly up his alley.
Yeah.
Nice, safe.
Right.
Yeah. And you're also not really the dragon that saved his life.
And Benignus has told him to just do what he feels he should do. So, that's what he's doing.
Bitch, I was the one who made Malignant remember you existed.
You shout at the heavens as it's already left.
It's not even like, it's like, oh yeah, he's a thing. That's true. And I was like, what?
So, preparing for an aerial battle, then, yeah? Doing?
I mean, yes, if that
Use
is all possible.
maneuverability, right?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's
Oh.
possible. If this thing's hunting you, then you just go into the skies. It's not next to the water, but it's going to figure it
Well-
out.
You can
although-
pretty much choose. If you make yourself visible,
Can-
then
Evan the High Castle. I mean, he's a chosen. Surely he has a fucking way to fly.
It's not something that came up in the conversation.
can he fly? I mean, are you gonna like call him? Because
He's coming.
alright.
Well, Manikai might be like, are you going to call him to ask him? Like, I'm about two
No,
steps
no.
almost out the door, like about to fly up into the air to fight this Astro Kraken, which is already here in Westgate. Do you fly?
Because the answer to his flight speed would be no. He doesn't just fly around. He can walk on the sea. He can swim really well. He can teleport from water to water, but Umberlee
Okay.
doesn't grant him the power of flight.
As it turns out,
a
that's
flying
not a
battle,
power Umberlee
a
possesses.
flying battle limits the minions you sort of can.
Yeah,
But
that's
on the other
true.
hand, it's
Okay.
also where you have the benefit of.
Well, so the message that we basically should not fight it near the spire, which we are not.
Which we're not near.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can fight it on ground. We can fight it
yeah.
underwater. We can fight it above like ground, like in the air. Like, you want to like walk outside the walls of Westgate? Do you have like a favorite spot for fighting in Westgate? You fought a lot here in Westgate. Is there something that really captured your fancy?
Well,
Like where you took Zethastin the Undying's body from Zinsin Therios?
well, but that is too close to water, perhaps. I wonder if we should.
Well,
go
you need to
Cratchit
be
and
close
Couples
to
out.
water, yeah, so that Evander High Castle can come out of the water. This is not an
Yes,
aquatic
that's
being,
true.
remember that.
That's true. Ugh.
No. It actually doesn't even have a swim speed. It just sort of hovers wherever it wants to go. The Kraken, it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Cool.
Like there's actually not water in the far realm.
We'll put the battlefield at some people who are not strong enough to oppose me when I go there, but have been a thorn in my eye.
All right,
That's
yeah,
the typical
Fair
Westgate
that
way.
makes sense. That makes sense. We'll put. I'll use the map for
Some local gang
I'll do
or
this one.
fucking.
works.
The Zinsin Therios map does work.
Yeah, there's we got like some important work here.
Like some
We have like some warehouses.
someone
Broke
trying to
through the-
reestablish the cult of Asmodeus. So
Yeah.
there's whatever. They're gonna have
You
a
know,
bad
yes,
time.
you have enemies, and it makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right,
You know, she like the Kraken is like, who's not home right now? Because I'm about to crash their place.
No.
Uh,
I guess the next question is, who are you using?
who's going?
Like, who are you telling of this horrible thing that is just outside the door that you are going to summon by walking outside the door?
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be Burr, right? He's the only psionic I have.
Which means it'll hurt all the more whenever he's dead.
Yeah, I know, right? But surely, Grimace, surely we won't, like, surely they'll be the last I see of psionic beings.
But
Like,
what about Getra? Getra could go.
yeah, but I love him so much.
Doesn't want to risk the
Yeah,
beholder.
that makes
I
sense.
love him so
You know.
much. Look at him.
All right.
Our time together has been so short. No, okay, I'll take a look at his token too.
You can pick a guy.
We did this
It's
last week,
hard.
Ari.
I
Like, we
have
did
so
this
many
last
of them.
week.
Well, Grimmeth, we talked for a while and we didn't go to any conclusion at all. It was not helpful.
I can't help that you never came to a conclusion over which
This
of
was
your minions.
basically what happened. Us like being like, I don't know, but then they could die. Yeah, that's true. Oh no, what if they died? But what if those died? People
No,
like,
no,
oh,
no, no,
God,
no, 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 no. You're framing that in the context of like, I don't want to lose any of these people. You're not thinking like a dragon.
Yes,
You're
that is
thinking
true.
like a player character attached to the NPCs.
Who would be the most useful to me? I gotta say, then it would be Githra. Not because the others, but just she hasn't really. Like, Gethra is a beholder.
Mhm.
That's a powerful one.
Yeah.
Like, Cassell, she's seen her jump around a little bit, but she was really the one who packed the punches when they were fighting together.
Hmm.
And Bert, I think she thinks of him as sort of obnoxious, and she sort of likes him, but he
You
just
know
sits
what?
with goblins.
That makes perfect role playing sense from a dragon like roleplay logic. Like, there's a hobgoblin vampire, what the fuck ever. There's some sort of elevated bugbear, what the fuck
Yeah,
ever.
he's like a
I have
pet.
a fucking
you know?
beholder.
Yeah, exactly. Again, looking at the action figure, the beholder looks the most dangerous. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, Gethra. Don't die. Please.
All right. This might be one of these situations where you get to play your own one. I have put you on the Westgate map. I have revealed the beautiful map we have here of these outer walls. Though, walls are not really a big deal for anyone, right? Except for Sircon. He can't really sort of smash through walls so easily, but you can hide and stuff behind them. As to how you want to be put here, that's really up to you. I suppose near the water, so you can call them.
I was gonna say, Evandor Highcastle is fucking being summoned.
Yeah, I suppose the Kraken can't instantly just appear to you. It's gonna seek you out. So you do have like 15 minutes or something. Right, to
Ah, great. That's
Sure,
the time.
you'll be
He's
here.
standing here.
Looking around. So this is the place you've chosen to fight. He's gonna
doesn't
actually
comment on.
just sort of go down in the water, honestly.
I was gonna say, I don't think she comments on that. It's like, well, at least I didn't go to the fucking spire like some idiot. That's what she
Like-
thinks to herself.
The Green Dragon probably spends half the time giving Zircon a pep talk over like how like she doesn't actually like she recognizes this thing is like the Genasi is way over his fucking dev.
Yeah.
And so is not expecting him to save Christmas or bring peace and like unity to the land. Just provide support, and don't risk. Like make his own choices about what he wants to risk because he has value like beyond today.
I mean, that's a big compliment.
Yeah. Turns out that right now, this impossible, though it is very smart, it also knows that it is much more powerful than this dragon, and considers that getting in here, killing the dragon, and getting out is a fine objective. So it has not waited for its like backup or anything like that. There might otherwise be. It really is a very good opportunity to have it on your own terms. I'd hope to just sort of ambush you wherever you were and do its thing. There's a change here, of course. I mean, you appear here, right? And whatever like enemy gang or something is here, this is their like operation, maybe smuggling or
Two
something.
dragons and
You've
chosen
smashed
and
through the floor, the
people
ceiling
that
here,
shows
just
up.
not even cared about it. Getra is like eating a couple of them,
It's like, yes, provided snacks.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, really, it's like you can imagine just sort of out here on the boardwalk, right? A ripple effect, and then like the trees sort of begin to twist into gnarled claws. The ground ripples slightly. The presence of this thing, as it is in itself a portal to the far realm, a direct connection. So anything near it sort of gets affected by its presence, almost like being pulled close to a black hole.
You sure you didn't just want to leave the city to burn? Sure you wanted to fight
Sucked
back?
into it.
It's like, is there another? Can we find a portal to another world and go there?
Well, gee, I wish you had spent your time making a portal, huh?
Once
yeah, because finding bail spawn.
Just put it in there and close the door.
Lure it inside the portal, then leave the portal and smash the portal.
Oh my god! Missed opportunity. Build the thin gate. Go in for it. Have it follow me, and then point to
But
Emmy.
no, someone couldn't make up their mind over where they wanted to place their portal.
I'm sorry. That's on me. Yeah, I admit it. That's a missed opportunity. Wow. Oh, well, it would have been great, but I didn't think of that. Oh Lord. No, I don't like it. No.
So it
No.
grows stronger
Ah.
and stranger. It appears like the opposite of an imploding effect, almost like from an infinitely small point. It just sort of whirls out until it is there, having shifted over from the plane it traveled through to get here. The thing is large, not the biggest thing you've ever seen, certainly, but it just sort of hovers there, each arm writhing around with eldritch power. A kraken, but also a powerful warlock spellcaster, being that it spent most of its very, very long life in the far realm and probably seen things that could not even be imagined. As it appears, whatever people have hidden and sort of been around, their cries and like battle cries and calls for reinforcements grow silent as the synapses in their brains just sort of pop at the mere closeness to the existence of something like this being almost too much to handle. Yeah. Mr. Are you hidden? Have you tried to?
I mean, is there any way that I could hide?
You could roll a check. You have.
Okay, no, I was just like, is it like, because if I'm the bait, then would it know that I was here despite me hiding? Basically.
Well, I mean, it's gonna know that you were here, but it doesn't know like where exactly you might be.
Yeah. That's basically what I was thinking.
It doesn't have to know, right? Like, obviously, you were seen like traveling to this location because that was important. But what you did once you got into this area,
right? It is not fooled.
Yeah.
As it appears, it looks directly at, and then it just moves in a blur of speed to get to the dragon. Ideally to capture it. Or make this this is a quick sort of situation. So I'm going to say roll initiative. Roll for Evander here. He's here to assist you.
I'm not surprised.
No, you're not. You could have been.
Can't be, but also
there was a situation where you would have been, but no.
No, I can't. I'm always alert.
Well, look at that.
I cannot be surprised.
Yeah. Oh,
Because I always expect the worst.
Oh, shit. One moment. My phone's ringing.
all right.
That's good. That gives me time to roll initiative. Ugh, a 1? Shit. I guess I am a little surprised.
Maybe a little shocked, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do you want to roll for Gethra? Or
Oh, I can, I suppose. Initiative.
yours to control
Oh,
this fight,
ho.
Older,
Yes.
eager.
This is not gonna make the turns easier.
No, it is not. But familiarize yourself with what you can do.
Yeah, I mean I have, but my memory is also well, it's not great. That's what I was trying to say.
Sorry about that. Something that
Alright.
will need to be adjusted for Zircon is that I cannot. His macro is the initiative
Bendable.
macro.
I
Okay.
fixed that. While you were gone.
Yeah, mine also needs to be fixed as well
I
because.
did that too while you were gone.
Oh my god, you're so good. you're too good, Manica.
You know, I try.
I'm also going to take this copy of Zircon, the off chance he doesn't die, and replace the one that I have on the other map, so that this doesn't have to be done again.
Yeah.
Look at that.
The battle starts, and it starts with a whirl. This creature knows exactly why it's here. It knows exactly what it wants to do. That's what it's going to do.
Great.
And so it will use its teleport speed. Layers here. 20. Go here. This puts you within its threatening reach. It has 4 squares of threatening reach.
Fuck.
Means that anything within 4 is a threatened square to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It basically sees Vesicatrix. Vesicatrix sees it. It disappears and is suddenly just right in front of.
Well, not right in front, but yes.
Right enough in front.
Yes, I think so.
And we'll simply reach out a tentacle from beyond to grab the dragon. That looks like a no. As the
thank
thing
God.
whirls out to wrap around the dragon, sort of manages to. Maybe that's why the initiative is low. They're readying yourself to dodge as it comes at you.
I love the vision. Like, she's already, like, in dodge mode. Like, no, I gotta avoid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's no pride. Nothing. Squirm.
And
That's the
then
name of the game.
as a minor action, as you're there, it will do a directed blast towards this wall. Sure, I get the right size of this blast, because that's important. 4. Radius. I'll do it.
Oh, Manikai, is it fair to say that while waiting I had time to pop my potion of resistance?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, I was gonna say, like,
You knew
I
it
feel
was
like
coming.
Yeah,
yes,
you can deduct your healing surge and apply your
Yes.
resistance.
I very much feel like I didn't know it was coming.
It'll do something like this. Still not really that visible. It's gonna make it 100% opacity.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of a psionic message being blasted in your direction, which is simply submit. I have broken things that you could not even begin to consider. That will try to enforce its will upon you.
Oh Lord.
42 versus
Yeah,
will.
I mean
On hit, you are dazed.
that's a hit. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Yeah, absolutely right.
All right. Yeah. Then it is Gethr's turn. He's currently not being paid much attention to. Really.
Manakai, question. Is this effect a condition with the charm, fear, illusion, or psychic keyword?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Would have the keyword and a little parent. I try to keep it.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Day state.
Oh, Gethler, sorry. I was like waiting.
Getra, it's you.
Yeah, it's me.
You get
Oh.
to.
All right. Look at my long picture here. It seems like is a oh it's time for an eye ray barrage.
An action to use all the random
Oh,
little eye
Lord.
rays. They completely miss.
Oh Lord. Whoa. Well, I mean, okay, that makes me sad. Wait, that's under mine action?
Yeah.
Is that right? Yes. Okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, that'd be a really shitty standard action if it was like 5 damage. Like, so.
I mean, when Getra fights, he just generally does it all the time. It's all the eye rays he doesn't really consider worth it, like sleep and like weakening, and then basically it's a whole slew of conditions that he really hasn't really sort of dived into. So they just sort of get hit by some of them usually, and that sort of get half sluggish-ish.
Oh no, it has threatening reach.
It does, yes.
So that means he could only get here.
Yeah, that's safe. You could also
And
move
then
one
it would-
more.
Oh,
Move there, yeah. But if he moves now, it will get an attack of opportunity.
great.
Only
That's,
one per movement. So it sort of only take one and then get there. Right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that.
All right, then its basic attack is the Tentacle from Beyond.
Just hits Get.
Oh,
That is a 35 points of damage, and he is grabbed.
no.
One of the 8 creatures on its
How
turn, it
much,
can sustain. It can use a minor action to sustain all grabs and deal psychic damage to. And he gets snapped up. We'll
That was a move.
Immobilized here. Yeah.
You fool! Grabbing Getra means that you put your tentacle in place for it to be hidden.
It gets basically, it's not even looking at him, it's just behind him. Like a tentacle wraps around the beholder.
What?
That is a miss. It tries to
He
re-grab
can
him.
also be grabbed.
Eating tentacles. Yeah, he
Okay.
he begins biting, right, but is unable to get a good grip
Yeah,
on
he
the sort of
does.
rubbery tentacle thing.
Yes.
Stick on behind some boxes, not being paid attention to.
That's right. His minor action is to well, the Black Dragon's apparently on his side. That's what the pep talk was about. He looks at where Cicatrix furrows his Genasi brow and bolsters the Black Dragon's will. The target can make a save against a Dazed, Charm, or Dominate effect, even if a save would not normally end it. Make
Right
a saving
now,
throw.
that's incredible. I have +4 to those saves now.
You're another mind helping you.
Save.
Kinda.
Sorry.
Kinda.
That's a,
Trying to buoy you.
plus-
You can do this. You can win.
Yes!
You can shake off the.
Hmm.
Wait, I should have not done the bind, but that doesn't matter. It was still safe. It's
So,
like,
A standard action will be not to attack, but to activate his Rock Burst armor, granting himself 50 temporary hit points, which I will go ahead and fill in, and each creature that hits him with a melee attack takes 3d8 plus 9 points of damage.
Wow.
Melee attackers take 3d8 plus 9 and 1d8 psychic damage, which ends when he's out of temporary hit points. And just to make sure that that deducts from his true HP total. Well, I'll handle it. I'm good at hand math. Great. That's his move. That's a standard. That's his minor. Move, he could, like, teleport away, because he has a teleport speed, like, by. I think he's fine, like, behind the boxes. He doesn't need to get any closer. He's good.
Yeah. All right. Amy's really good. You can hear the commotion and sense the psionic presence of this thing. Right?
I was gonna say, I don't think Deathride's silent when he's being grabbed like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I considered teleporting 2 were Cicatrix, but let's keep that surprise in our pocket. 7, 8, 9 is a move that takes me to here. I guess I move 10 right on ground. Out of sight of it, I see like a tentacle flailing like over here.
You can imagine them sort of swinging out, out to 4, like.
God.
Sort of,
yep. A standard action is going to be converted to a minor action, granting Imizori Legionnaire temporary hit points equal to her bloodied value. Her bloodied value is 87. 87 temporary hit points. And her minor action will be spent on an actual minor action, radiating a shield of psionic power around her to fortify her allies. It's a zone around her that moves when she moves, remains centered on her. She doesn't have to sustain it. Anyone within the zone gets a +4 power bonus to will and saving throws.
Get ready to get hugged.
Yeah, I will be by this fucking Kraken.
Yeah.
I end my turn.
all right.
Yeah.
The second checks.
Yes. Yeah. This I. Well.
Not dazed, buoyed by the Earth Genasi.
Yes, I know.
You have combat advantage.
Like.
Well, I can easily get it.
Yep. Because Getra's right there. Aha, you fool.
But I am going to have to be attacked.
Well, you have a maneuver that allows you to shift in.
Yes. But Grimmett, how will I shift out without taking damage?
Well, do you want it now or do you want it then?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it?
You need to know this thing so that it flees, right? You want to go into a fight of attrition with this thing to try and outlast it?
No, you're right. You're right.
If you don't act now, Getra may be eaten.
I'll shift here with my dazzling acrobatics. And if it does somehow get an attack on me, even though I shift, I have +4 to AC against that attack. Just imagine I sound way more happy than I do right now.
I mean, like, you also have, like, attack powers, which permit you to shift, too, right?
No, they move.
Oh, damn.
Oh, yeah. I committed.
Nip-petty.
All right. Let's jazz hands. That's usually Grimace thing, All right.
Yeah, jazz hands.
It is time for the daily attack powers here. Okay, that was move. Sorry. Refamiliarizing myself here. Meditation of the Blade. I get to use D6s for my damage dice. Yes. And then go into a bloodbath attack.
All right. A bloodbath attack does hit.
Great.
For 20 damage.
Can a Kraken fall prone? That's our next question.
It hovers, so that means you put it on the ground. Ongoing damage. We'll just straight 5. Each bubble.
And sneak attack, because I have advantage.
I have ongoing. as well as sneak attacking. If we hit it, it takes new ongoing ends. And yeah, you move up, you slash at it. Would like go for some part of the innermost tentacles, like what's the weak spot on something like this? You lash at it. See, ripping into the skin of it a little bit. It's like whenever you cut into it, it's like there's not like living things inside. It's more like it's like its skin is just holding the portal in. You cut through, it's just like a weird void in there, full of stars and eyes.
Yeah, that gross is what we say to that. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, why not just go in with an action point here, right?
You might want to use it in case you can guarantee critical hits. You might want to wait
Right.
until how the
You're
fight
You're right. develops. She's about to, and then she looks over to Emissary and she's like, wait.
to
I
where
have
she hopes the
allies.
green dragon is coming through like the wall.
Just look to the east. Maybe the dragon will be there.
I have allies, right?
Yeah. Okay. That's my
Right?
shit. Yes.
All right. Well, you
I
do
feel
have
great.
one that shows up. Teleports from the water. And that's helpful.
Right. Well,
As
at least it hasn't
he
seen
draws his blade, his cutlass. And,
Yar!
to, yar. Yar be damned with this kraken beast.
It's easy to talk like a pirate because every time you don't know what to say, you're just like, yeah.
This thing takes a little bit of ongoing damage. It's not too concerned though. It wants to grab a second text. So another tentacle from beyond.
That will not hit because I have concealment when I attack with combat advantage.
Well, let me just look up concealment. It has blind sight.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Care about concealment. Targets and targets. Challenge. Let's just look up blind sight instead.
Yeah.
I think that's the more specific. It can perceive creatures
And objects within the stated number of squares, making perception checks as normal. It suffers no ill effects while blinded. I could see an argument for how concealment wouldn't apply, although it doesn't specifically say that in the glossary.
Yeah, it doesn't say that it would. You could be blinded. Can blind sight? Yeah. I feel like.
Can you conceal yourself from blind sight? I suppose would be like the pertinent question.
Yeah. Let's rule in the player's favor when there's doubt generally. So yeah, let's say you can. Basically, it can see you, but there might be some obscure.
I was gonna say it's a magic effect on my armor.
It's
so
more difficult.
It's not that I hide.
Somehow blur. It's basically
Yeah.
It makes it harder for it to hit you because it might think you're slightly in a different place.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's
Cloak of displacement.
thing. Not recover that. Well, that's okay. It's just gonna. Yeah, it tried to grab you. It failed. That's okay. Of course, it'll also just stand up. It needs to stay prone. Ethra.
Did he sustain its grab?
Yes. Of course,
Okay.
you're right. That does damage when he does it. Where is it? In the same
Well,
order.
it also
Those
takes a
there.
minor action,
Yeah.
which
Yeah. So that is 15 seconds.
Okay. Oh, my boy. All right. God, so many windows open here. Devour whole. Well, that would be hard if he's not small.
Right, he can't eat the Astro Kraken.
Yeah, sadly.
I think mostly what Gettler does is make attempts.
That's right. That's quitter talk. He thinks to himself as he gets to work.
This beholder is bigger on the inside.
He'll try his
Right, just remember that's a
central
creature's
eye.
in blast that will hit you as well.
Oh,
Uh,
well, never mind then. Don't look at that.
It was 37 versus Will, too. It would have been great.
Yeah, but I need my fucking daily power.
Or encounter power.
Or do I need them this turn, though?
You would have to use that Will's.
No, yeah, that's not gonna happen. Well, that makes me sad again. Well, then I have to check if he
This thing's
provokes
will
when he
might
uses
also
his-
not be its weakest defense.
Can't
You think
imagine
so?
why.
Yeah. I think you might be right. Oh, okay.
Thinks about
Okay.
focusing that anti-magic cone and decides against it.
Doesn't even have it.
Well,
Well,
no, that's
it'll use
basically what the
its-
central eye is there.
Oh, it'll use its eye barrage, which does not provoke. It says so.
It doesn't.
You know.
Holy shit.
Oh, hey,
that's,
man!
that's a hit.
Grants
Yes.
combat advantage,
Doing a
and
little bit
then
of
he'll
damage.
bite it.
Just a bunch of random lies.
Rawr!
He bites
Aw.
and misses.
Well, that's a +2 with that. Well, I'm guessing.
No, that doesn't even come close.
Can he try and escape? Like what?
But
Yeah, what's his
given that
athletics
he-
or
that's a good question.
acrobatics check?
Not really
It's,
something that comes up often.
yeah. We have now put ourselves in this situation, haven't we?
This is happening. Huh.
Page 288.
'Cause
Make
I don't know.
make an acrobatics check versus reflex, or an athletics check versus fortitude. I presume Getra's athletics is going to be stronger than acrobatics. This is
I
a
would
move
think
action,
so.
and if you resolve the check, you can end the grab and can shift as part of the move action.
Yeah. Let's see. His bonus. He's not trained in either.
As it's
So
probably just half level.
it's
Plus a
five,
strength
5 plus
modifier.
half level. So it'll be what 15.
He's
Okay.
level 21, yeah, so
15.
makes sense.
He needs to
Come
roll
on.
to hit against the reflex of fortitude.
It'd be fortitude with athletics.
1d20 plus 15.
He tries. He
Yeah. I was gonna say.
doesn't think that it would be really doable. Given his
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
this thing is very big and strong,
Okay. Well, we need to win now.
but he wiggles.
It looks cute. Okay. That's
This is the point that you're like, damn, we need to win.
yeah.
All right. Well, check on.
Oh, let's go ahead and roll to see whether he recharges his bolster willpower. He does not. He has
Oh.
a standard action that's an at will, which can reach, and he looks the Astro Kraken. This doesn't seem like it's gonna. He's got to try. He's not like gonna get closer as he attempts to assert control over this horrid entity from the far realm. 29 versus will.
No, that does not even begin.
Firmly rejected. Well, he's not moving. These boxes are perfectly fine. There's a beholder and a dragon there. No one's gonna pay attention to him.
He really has not made a big case for being paid attention.
Yep.
Immiserated.
Okay. Missouri Leaderthier says the situation, looks over, has not seen the Chosen of Umberlee before, has heard stories about him though.
Undead pirate guy with a cutlass. The water sort of following him slightly, moving under the ground and floorboards and whatnot. So is, by the way, sort of around him is this sort of hazy aura of the souls of the dead of the sea. Continuous, raucous group of undead ghosts that is continuously replenished with whoever dies at this time. So a lot of sailors just sort of appearing in a continuous manner, being made available
All right.
for him. So
Missouri Leaderthier will tense up, and as a standard action, teleport to a square adjacent to the wearer of the other ring, regardless of distance.
all right.
Behold, you are now within the shield of the Iron Mind, which has a reach of 5. You're in the zone. +4 power bonus to your will and saving throws, which I'm going to go ahead and edit my will to account for the fact that that's always active. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to go ahead and edit my will to account for the fact this is an aberrant thing.
Yeah.
So I've got 41 +2 active right now. A move action, I will convert to a minor action and activate Mental Triumph. These early tier cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained until the end of this encounter.
I go, what can she be?
You do that. And the other minor action, our actual minor action, is going to rear back, and this whole thing is like right here. She figures she can't possibly miss this. Dragon Breath.
Good.
That splashed 4 fits perfectly within that slot. 33 versus Reflect.
Yeah, it just sort of winks out of existence for a second.
My God! And yet still retains its grab on the beholder.
It dodges with teleport, right?
That's fucking... She's only allowed to dodge using teleport. This is bullshit.
Hacks.
Yeah, because her Legion Theory is just... her mind is like momentarily like, wow, that's what I do. It's the end of the turn.
It spiraled eyes upon her. Take a checks.
Manakai, you haven't applied the ongoing from Gethra to the Astro Kraken.
What?
Right? That's the ongoing, it says, was the one that Visigatrix dealt.
Yeah.
Gethra also did?
Getra doesn't do ongoing damage.
The eye ray
no,
deals
sorry.
5 damage.
That was it. Yeah, sorry. That was yeah, okay.
You deal ongoing damage, which it took.
Yes.
Kraken's realizing this fight is something you prepared for as well. It's time to get serious.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to.
Two dragons. And a beholder. And some irrelevant entity out here.
And some random, smugglers.
Alright. Deep dagger wound. Ooh.
Be 40 versus armor class unless you're already factoring in your combat advantage.
I'm not.
Then you hit.
Okay.
Hey.
31 damage.
And ongoing 10
ongoing.
save ends.
Ongoing 10.
We're stacking them. And sneak attack.
And sneak attack.
Yes.
Ripping and tearing into its strange warped flesh.
Right. You say stacking it. It should have gotten a saving throw against the 5 ongoing damage you were dealing with earlier from the bloodbath attack.
It would have saved, but it would have been reapplied now.
Yes.
Oh, that's true. Right, because of how that power works, yeah.
Yeah, alright, that's it.
Good confirmation it's a solo creature there with that save result.
You like that? It was a decent roll,
Yeah, since you taught me that elites get +2 and solos get +5, now I know.
Also from the fact that it's fighting solo against a whole bunch of things. Alright, yeah.
Please get in range, dude. Like, come on.
Report here is now within range of this thing, and does see that the dragons do seem to be nicely committed to this whole thing. He's not about to let himself sort of be destroyed by anyone.
Beaten up again.
Yeah, it's not really. But again, he is pretty tough. Considered. Well, he's also good at fighting a lot of things that are apart. Which, what he will do though is he will call out to the ravenous ghosts to activate his aura. It means that well, he can use a free action. So he'll just use his other thing to move here, and then activate his Ravenous Ghosts. As all of you will begin being helped, well, everyone within 5 will begin being assisted by the dead from the sea, basically appearing to just sort of surround this thing and stab it all the time. So any you deal, yep, it says 10 extra necrotic damage on melee attacks.
Right.
Which is not a little bit, right? And then he will use an action point because he has those. You know, what do you do when you're the chosen? You do the thing that you do. Unholy Smite and counter.
Does he have combat advantage? I guess, but I don't think so because I can't draw a line from him to me through like the center of the creature.
He wouldn't for that, but Gethra did hit.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
Shit,
yeah.
that's right. The IRA, the
Yay.
grants
Let's
this.
say I'll just put a C here in his label if he grants combat. So that would just be a hit.
Ooh, 39 armor
Really,
class.
yeah,
That's what we're looking at here, Harry.
Nice.
That's good news for me.
And another source of ongoing.
Stack them.
Yes, as Umberlee's wrath strikes down upon this thing. He's
Astro
got-
Krakens were like, you again?
Yeah. It's like an insolence, you know. As it will get its turn. Right.
Didn't you learn your place the
That is
first
not
time?
the right die.
I was gonna say it's gotta be hard to.
Recharge on a 1d20.
Yeah. And somehow fail anyway. I mean, my God. It's somewhat surrounded right now by a lot of different things. It only managed to hold this beholder at the moment. So let's see if it can grapple for Cicatrix.
What the fuck?
So that looks like a crit. So
A 50?
that would be-
That's our first 50 we've seen.
yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, they'll do it. Yeah, I mean, I have stuff that can give me like 5+ or whatever, but not.
It's a crit, yeah, so.
Well,
How much damage is that then?
that is 39.
Alright. Well,
Lord,
And it'll manage
it's not
to
even
just
psychic.
deal it. It's grapple onto. Well. Look at that. It has some people grappled.
it's got an
How?
ongoing 5 effect, an ongoing 10 effect, and an
Oh,
ongoing
yeah.
15 effect, right?
Yeah, it does. I took 20. Wait, that's not enough. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, does it have damage resistance? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, and now that it has a couple people grappled, it can begin to get wise with them. So it will activate, spend an action point. And then it will activate its Absorb Psyche to just sort of download the blueprints of your minds.
Okay. It's gonna be some depressive shit.
So this will be against Cicatrix and then Gethra. So
I
Cicatrix,
feel like he should take
it is a
psychic
35
damage.
versus Will.
That will miss for Cicatrix.
The Absorb Psyche, and then Gethra.
That will definitely hit poor Gedra.
Will take
No.
29 psychic damage, and the Kraken will have a +5 attack bonus with Touch of Madness.
My boy.
I will mark him with a.
Until
He
the
has
end of the
been-
encounter.
Astro Kraken knows everything there ever is to know about it. Everything about him is.
I do too.
Um.
He likes food.
Aha. There's his whole
A
story.
lot.
And then he will use his minor action to sustain. Deal 15 psychic damage to.
Which I don't care about, but guess what does?
Yes.
Where was the potion of resistance for Gedra?
Well, he doesn't have any healing surges, Grimmith.
That's never stopped NPCs from using those
Oh.
before. Remember,
What?
it's instant Theriotheriost.
For VLCs?
Yeah, like when you fought that black dragon, it had prepared with a potion of resistance for fire.
Oh, poor Gethra. Only attention had been paid to him.
No, is that for real?
I mean, the way it works is it works that way for balance reasons, right? So you don't just all take all the potions all the time forever. But
Oh.
I'd let you give Getra one, sure.
Yeah, thank you. From now on.
You pay for them after all.
Yes, of course.
So Getra drinks a potion,
Yeah.
getting a headache,
It's
and
easy.
that's a lot
It's
when
easy.
you're a
Like he's
beholder.
good.
Like
Sorry, Kessler.
put the
I thought I couldn't.
put the potion in with his food.
Yeah, I did. He doesn't know it, but
Oh, it's his turn. Oh, Kraken needs
alright.
to saves.
A lot
Oh.
of saves.
That would be a 40 versus reflex then.
I raise. Do hit.
Renewing the combat advantage.
Advantage.
And 5 points of damage. 39 versus armor class.
39 just hits.
Aha! It's grabbed.
Counter grab.
Oh.
I don't know what that does because he can't swallow it. But
they can't move from each other already. But
That's right.
and the thing does teleport, so it could just leave. But you know.
And also, Getra cannot grab it because this creature looks like it's 2 category sizes
That's
larger.
true. Yeah.
You can only grab up to 1 category
Well,
size
he bites
larger.
a tentacle, but the thing it really just deals damage, right? Beyond that, Gethar is within the ghost. The ghost should also.
That's right. The ghost aura.
So because he hit twice, would that apply? No, that one of them wasn't a melee attack. Okay.
Yeah. Only melee.
I have to. Oh, okay.
God of the sleepers.
That's right. Okay, well, I mean, so honest talk, he would have to roll like more than he could possibly to.
He would have to crit.
Grab, right? Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, guess what? I'm sorry. That's it.
Just gonna have to know your brain.
Gotta start looking at those healing potions right now.
Does not get back his bolster well. Continues to eyeball Astro Kraken. Green Dragon didn't tell him to go charge into melee, and he will not. He attempts to assert control over the Astro Kraken. Once again, 37 versus will.
It's still a
combat advantage. No, still a no. The Earth Genasi attempts to master this horrible creature in the far realm out of his depth completely.
It is. Yeah.
And ends his turn. Imizuri Legiofear sees these spirits that are actually on her side for a change. Yeah. And so we must now ask ourselves the very important question of, can I knock an Astro Kraken unconscious? And Imizuri Legiofear doesn't know about Astro Krakens, and so, as she has done so many times before, she will charge up the power in her body and lash out with a claw, ferocious claw, to channel a burst of pain into this entity's mind. That'll be a 46 versus will.
Oh my god.
Oh, damn. That is a good roll.
And as the descriptor there says a melee attack, like plus 10 damage, I guess even though I wouldn't normally deal damage, that would deal 10 necrotic damage anyway. From like the aura from Evandor High Castle.
Let's check the aura. Feel yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Ghost just stab.
So do the grabs remain like active when it falls unconscious, I guess would be my follow-up.
No. That would make no sense.
Okay.
It just I think it's like, you strike it and it's a psionic power, right? And that's why I say, yeah, normally maybe you couldn't like knock it on the head and knock it unconscious, but this is a thing that is created by the universe to defend itself against this sort of thing. So of course it would work against these aberrant creatures. The whole purpose of it existing is to do this. So you strike it, and I think you just like cut off its connection to the
far realm.
The far realm for a moment, as it's basically its manifestation here is severed from its psyche that still dwells there, and just sort of it just like completely collapses for a bit.
Imizuri Legiofear, as a minor action, laughs in triumph. I will mark this entity then. I can move freely as it's unconscious, and so she will shift here. Not shift, but just outright move. No, actually, I'll remain adjacent to where Cicatrix will actually. But no, we can do that later if it's need be. We'll move here. Got to give us space to work around with. I will spend an action point then, because I can do those. I have that power.
Oh.
And when I spend an action point, I become insubstantial and phasing, which may be pertinent. So, spent that. I'll now spend a power point as I rear up the power for the brutal barrage attack. Now, as it is unconscious, I have combat advantage. It also has an extra -5 to its defenses. And any hit I deal is a critical hit. Well, basically factors in as a +7 to my attack rolls.
Yeah.
Okay, so the lowest roll there would be a 40.
40 hits.
Okay, so we have 32 damage plus a 16d12, because each hit is 4d12 on a crit,
Mm-hmm.
plus 40, because that's 4 hits, and it's 10 necrotic damage for each hit.
Mm-hmm.
That's 164 points of damage, and the Astro Krakens prone, of course.
You
As the-
lash into the thing, ripping and tearing. Well, at the moment, inside it's just like blackness. There's no stars or eyeballs looking through, right? So, you rip and tear into it.
Well, its connection has been severed to the far realm.
A unique
Okay.
opportunity.
This has never really happened to it before in the history of its
Oh
existence.
no, this doesn't happen to anyone really.
Yeah.
Well, I was about to say, some people it does happen to, as it turns out.
It seems to be happening a lot. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I mean,
Yeah.
you know, if it gets away, it will probably prepare better.
It would now
but,
know this lesson and be able to convey this.
Its hope is to eat some people's minds, and Getra didn't, as it turns out, know about this or many other things really. It now knows the
Alright.
flavor of many things Getra has eaten.
It's very
Not
valuable
super
intel.
helpful.
I mean, and he bit it, so now it technically also knows what it would taste like. I mean,
all right, Ari. This is it.
yes. Well, you know, one wishes that one also had an attack that would let me attack 5 times or 4 times or whatever,
Mhm.
but one does not. One does have a minor action dragon breath left, though.
I mean, if you
know.
hit with that, it's a crit.
Yeah. That's right. Boom.
Wow. You hit and deal maximum damage. Is 3 is 18,
18.
20 damage.
All right, 20 acid damage.
Hey, free.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad.
And let's see here. We will do our. Wait, which one of these is the D6 one? I need. We are do the circling predator. Boop. Ooh.
Well, that is 2 hits. Yeah.
One of them is a crit.
Both of them
Both
are
of
going to be
them.
crits. It's unconscious. Every
Oh,
hit you land is a
okay,
critical
yeah,
hit.
I was gonna say. Oh well.
So that's 2 crits. Let's do the first one first, shall we? Because I know there's going to be a million buttons happening now. So
Okay. Well, first we'll do sneak attack.
let's see here. The first thing we have is your critical damage from the attack, which turns out 19.
Yeah, it's max damage, and also, are you like throwing in your crit damage dice on top of that too, Ari? Just remember, whenever you critical with a weapon, if it has like a critical damage effect, then that would be added as well.
Yeah, but would it be happening? Since I hit twice, is it happening both times?
Yeah, but like I got 16d12 extra
Okay.
damage. Like I crit with my weapon 4 times.
19.
Then-
And then we have sneak attack. Extra crit damage. More extra crit damage. We have. Okay. Calm down. I'm trying to keep up. It's too much.
Wait,
then we have the.
Those would be
second hit.
+7 to the attack rolls.
So 19 at the start. Let's start. 32 at start. plus 30. Out of turn. 2 plus 5. Then another attack with plus 5 on it. Just be a hit as well. Which means that crit damage.
Oh, my offhand weapon would then do crit damage?
Yes.
Okay. 5d8.
Because that's the Great Hunger weapon that you have in your offhand, right?
20 damage. More.
20.
And then the 2 extra, the every time a melee
Yeah.
attack hits, that's an extra 10 damage from.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
that's
yes.
true. So that's 40.
No, did the last one hit as well?
No,
The
you're right.
38?
No.
Yeah, so 30. And then, but.
But let Manikai tally that up first
All
before
right.
you action point and spirit him
So
away.
we're at 241.
Okay, but I still have my minor action, critical opportunity attack.
Okay. Yeah,
Right,
you
I mean,
did in fact score a critical hit, and that will
that's a
crit as
hit.
well.
Yeah, crit. So that deals max damage, which is 36 plus 12, which is 18. That is
And my crit damage?
30 damage plus 10, which is 40. 40 damage, and then you trigger your critical hit effects. 25 plus
mean.
5, and then 23 more on the start of the turn. 23. Then a miss.
You know, when it escapes, it will not underestimate the second time. You know?
And
right.
yeah, I think Grimace said something about an action point.
You do in fact have one of those. I encourage you to keep it.
Oh, also it has ongoing 10, but it already did, so you know,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. I'm sorry, this is ridiculous.
I will say that this was your action, so now at no action, instant trigger when it is bloodied occurs.
Okay.
Uh,
Before I action point?
yes.
Okay, yeah.
It just happens as soon as it's
Yep.
Hit by something. I think did take it below. That every enemy within 10 of a psychic scream as through the bits of it, maybe as some little bit of consciousness, a little bit of connection comes back. It sort of escapes. Some things escape from inside of it, parts of the far realm. So this will be against first Evander High Castle for Cicatrix, Gethra, Amy Sir Literature, and then Sirkon. So let's see, Evander 32.
He has a
41.
he has a +4 power bonus to his will. I'm in range of everyone
That
with the
does
zone
still
5.
hit him though. And I'll just write down the 32. Same damage. He's hit. Then we have Cicatrix. 7. That's
That will
miss.
miss you.
Then Gethra. 7. Just hit him. Yes. Then Emizure.
Wait,
That
what?
will
He does. Oh, he 4. Yeah, that's true.
not hit. I will take half damage.
Then Sirkon.
Will not hit Zircon.
Not hit,
He will
yeah.
take half damage and dazed.
So Evander and Gethra get hit.
Yes.
Get stunned. You get dazed, which I think I guess you can still spend an action point even while you're dazed. I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, yeah.
Oh, you already damaged Gethra? Oh yeah.
Yes.
I will damage Zircon. That will be 16. I need to subtract that from his temporary HP, though. Damn it,
Yes,
Grimace.
let me just. I thought I wrote it in his. Oh, speech bubble. That is.
Yeah. I know, it's a new
I
thing
made to
with this
put it.
version
I
of
made
the
to
map.
put it in the fucking.
What is this?
What is this? Right now, he's not a god of anyone. I'm sorry, man. I guess I didn't mean that. Okay.
And
Okay.
of course, you are Dazed? I cannot be dazed. Where Cicatrix is dazed and Getra is stunned, I can add the stun effect to Getra.
Okay, great. Yeah, I. We feel like. Well, the Astro Krakens probably gonna wake up soon.
Um,
That's
you
my.
took.
That's my guess.
Did you take your 32 psychic damage reduced, courtesy of the hit?
Oh no, I did not.
Actually, it would be half of that, so you take 1 point of damage.
What?
You were missed, so you took half damage.
Oh, okay.
32 divided by 2 is 16. You have
Thank
resist
you.
15 psychic 1.
I was so busy trying to figure out Gethra, you know.
I gotcha.
Thank you. Yeah. It is. Ooh, Windows. Well,
You already used Bloodbath attack.
oh wait, that was the wrong one. Sorry. Not right one. Ignore that. This one was the one. Yuck.
Finish it.
33
all right.
plus 7.
Plus 7 is a 40. That hits.
Okay.
Which
well,
means you could have
5
grabbed it.
ongoing
Right?
forever.
So
Yep, which means you crit with
that's a
it.
crit.
Oh!
Now, can you
Oh,
take?
Lord.
Is any of the stuff you do reactions, or is it no action? Sort of.
No action.
All right. Well then, you know, you would have forever. Okay. So that then is again. Do some crit stuff. 5 ongoing forever.
That's it. That's the end of the stream. We're good. Finally tapped out.
Oh my god.
30 damage, and then
That's an
14
actual
more.
crit too. Yeah,
Hopefully you didn't burn the high rolls.
Right, and that's a crit. Yeah.
Well,
No crit.
68.
And another time.
Plus 24.
All right.
Right, your
Wow.
great hunger weapon escalating up.
Yes.
Wow, look
Okay,
at that. That is
now.
a lot of damage in a turn, I'll say. That is-
All right. Now your turn is over and you get a saving throw.
Yeah, I do.
As a reminder, I'm granting you a +4 power bonus to the saving throws.
Oh, wow. And I have a +4. Okay. A 2. Come on. Oh, no. I jinxed it. No, I did it.
You are no longer dazed. You know, bad news, Evander High Castle's stunned. So he can't follow up on
You
this.
basically can't fail, so.
Yeah.
None of that, but
And now the Astral Kraken gets a saving throw to shake off being unconscious. It succeeds. It will take 18 points of psychic damage as it gets back up.
18 points.
And then all the crit bullshit.
And its turn is over unless
And
it...
then it takes, how much is this? Let's see, 15 ongoing, plus 19, plus 32, plus
I would calc that.
23, plus 14 is 103 damage to wake up to.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, I mean,
Fuck.
that's 103 more. It is looking, I mean, there's a lot of holes in this thing now. It is spilling like strange stuff out. This was a harrowing amount of damage. Absolutely terrible. You fell to it.
That was grotesque. A lot of fucking damage.
Saves from the ongoing. No longer gets
Well,
combat. It has
not the
5
5.
ongoing. It's bleeding a
Yeah.
little bit. Still laying on the ground though. You're pretty sure that you've accomplished the sort of scared to go away and prepare. For,
No, we're not stopping now.
No, the chosen certainly also like, you know, this is the time. Let's make them
Getra
angry.
gets a saving throw. Gets a +4 power bonus from me.
And he has +2, I saw.
Hmm.
Oh. Come on. More than 4. Yeah!
There you go. It's the end of his turn.
He's cool.
All right, Zircon gets a D6, does not recover his bolster willpower, gets a singular move. Holy shit, he thinks to himself, what the fuck just happened there? are like his only thoughts in his day.
6 seconds?
I mean,
Like,
it's like Visegatrix found one spot, it's like, this is the spot, this is the weak spot. And then just, like, really went for it.
uh,
I mean,
like he'd heard stories about like what Nimby's leader did to like that horrid tentacle dragon that had hunted down like everyone he loved and held dear.
yeah.
And just to see that, assert control. No, 35ers as well.
This is
I-
Trembles.
Yep.
it truly
I
is-
didn't synergize it to sync up with him, but if like I definitely wanted myself to be an initiative before we're Cicatrix, and I'm glad it worked out that way.
Yeah, I mean,
it worked out.
I was
There's
sad
an
that I
epic
rolled a
murder.
1, but now I see.
My
you
God.
know,
All right.
the higher powers
Yeah,
were with
that's
me.
you can make a save though.
Yep, he does get a saving throw.
Psychic
He even
scream.
has a button. No, even with the bonus, he fails.
Echoes. I mean, it's related here. This thing is, it doesn't know what happened, but it knows that it suddenly, like for it, it's just a blip of time, right? It's just incredibly wounded somehow, and it doesn't realize how. And I think that's probably more terrifying than anything it's ever experienced.
Right? What is the answer to this question?
Yeah.
Uh,
How is this
You could
possible?
stay and try and find
What
out.
can do this? Like, this is not a thing that anything can do. It has infinite power. It has fought things that are far more terrible than you, and now here it is, humbled. Maybe it should have brought its sweet eel friends.
Okay. Let's see. Now, unfortunately, it is adjacent to allies. That's okay. I think, courtesy of what Evander High Castle's bringing in, I will keep my roster of other dailies in the bank, and I will single PowerPoint Brutal Barrage attack.
Oh.
Combat advantage on this. So the lowest attack roll is going to be a 41.
That hits them.
God.
Okay, that's 32 plus 40 points of damage from Evander High Castle. It's 72 damage.
Extra damage. Lots of ghosts just jumping against them. They're getting revenge too. Some of them were alive when they fought it last.
Mhm.
As it is laid into them.
A move and minor action? No, I will keep those in reserve for the time being. I'll end my turn.
It wobble. Matrix.
Yeah. I sort of have already spent all my stuff.
Yeah.
You're a level 23 character. You got
Basically,
more,
right.
like... you
Oh,
got more in
sure.
you, I think.
But it's not a lot.
Well, pull it out,
But
because this thing
I
wants to go
feel
away.
like-
And you don't want
I
it
feel
to.
like it's trying to go away. That's
Yeah,
what I feel like.
I think that's a safe assumption. It wants
Yes.
to go use a healing potion or two.
We're gonna try it. Oh no. Oh no.
Like, it needs to report back to the Iron Obelisk of
I
what
was
the
gonna
fuck
say,
just happened
I
here.
can't
like,
even
guys.
knock it out. It'll take ongoing. Shit. Okay, well, I was gonna knock it out. That's not gonna work. Because it'll pick up with take damage. What a problem.
Oh, We've had this situation with you
yeah,
before.
he's like,
What
oh
about-
no! I need to switch that power out. Yeah, okay. That really is not very helpful then. To me. Gorilla Tech, there it is. Right window. My token. Uh. mm, 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 mm.
To be a
Yeah.
37 against armor class.
Misses.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Someone
that's
misses
not
a
great.
melee attack. My God. That has barely happened. An enemy misses the Kraken. Close burst 10, triggering enemy in burst. So this will be a retaliation attack against her.
Okay.
As you strike at it, you're forced to look at it and you behold the horror.
Oh lord.
You are dominated.
That is
Greeting.
26 psychic damage, and you're dominated until the end of your next turn.
That'll be 11 psychic damage for you, but you are certainly dominated.
Plus. Yeah, even with my skill, I can't help that.
Mhm.
11 psychic damage. Oh.
Suddenly locked out of your mind. We're to a high castle. Also, one thing. I mean, he's not going light on it. I'm giving him the full advantage of his powers because that seems fair. I mean, he's who he is, and a reason to want this thing gone.
He don't want to be. He doesn't want to be the chosen of Umberly who failed twice.
No. So he will use the enmity of Umberly. Curse it. Now cursed Sevens.
When he deals damage with a melee or range attack to a target other than the cursed creature takes an equal amount of damage.
Yeah.
He looks over where Cicatrix.
Shame.
Yeah, he already has covered advantage.
No. It let's see here. He needs ideally to make this thing not move. Preferable or just to kill it, but it might be his chance then. Yeah, well, there's an area power, so that doesn't really have to move away from it. He can do. He doesn't want to be stuck. Well, actually, you know what? He'll provoke. Whatever. What's it gonna do? Grab him. That's the answer. With you. That's okay though. Because he wants to use the Spirit Gale to bring down more of the undead. Heck. Miss, most definitely. That's it. There's an effect, and it's cursed, so it's immobilized. It's not the important. If it fails.
Yep, half damage and is immobilized and slowed. Immobilize a save ends and slowed us until the end of High Castle's next turn.
Yeah. Base now covered.
Yeah. Now, immobilize doesn't stop teleportation, though. If it does have a teleport speed, slowing does.
Mm-hmm. Evan does working with what he's got, right?
Absolutely. I get you.
It will take its 5 damage first. And then it will teleport 2, but as it turns out, there's just
no legal spot.
No spot it can possibly.
Perfect! I'm glad I moved right here.
Get to.
Victory!
So it's going to have to do something else. Going to have to do something else. So,
this is where we all die.
Now it needs to be really smart. So it will start by using its action to, I guess, move action to not be prone. Then reach out to get her with the touch of madness with a +5 to hit bonus.
No!
That's a 47.
Shit. Yeah, that'll hit my boy.
All right. Then get her use its highest level encounter attack power against the creature of the Krakens' choice. Well, but it's good to have an attack over encounter power. He has a disintegration range,
right.
Which he will be made to turn against a Zurich.
Makes sense.
So if
you do the clicking, not me.
Sure, yeah. Those are great.
Does not even, just bounces right off the scales.
Yeah. Power does not expend it. That was fortunate. Hopefully something more useful could have been done with that.
Oh, glad it didn't do that to me.
What?
Well, I'd have no good encounter powers left either.
Yeah, that's a issue. It also kind of wants to absorb the psyche of people first. But try to do it on Evander. Certainly got some encounter powers that could be. You sort of already used them.
I got a situation with my animals. I'll be right back real quick. Sorry.
All right. I'll just stall a little bit longer, contemplating. Because of course it's gonna course, it's gonna sustain. No, it doesn't even matter anymore. Well, let's just say it wants to get out of here. It's slowed. It needs to live a little bit longer, so best way to do that is to use the nullifying pulse there. This, well, but its action point.
Wait, I'm dominated by it.
Oh yeah, you are. Well then, never mind. It would have used it on someone else, but still missed anyone here.
Yeah, I just said like that would
Yeah,
make no sense.
We don't
Why would
see
try to diss
dominate
me?
enough that I recognize it. All right, then it can action point, and do with the action point. I think it tries to absorb the psyche of Avatar. Masterful. Damage and
He should have
Psyche
taken a
absorb.
potion.
Evander feels fine.
Yeah.
He is not that much weaker than this. He is weak, not by that much.
Right. He fought
Yes,
it at the wrong spot.
Yeah, with all his friends and stuff. This is the opposite
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
And then
Oh,
we
he
will
thinks
have
of me as his friend.
we have that one and that one. No longer.
Oh,
I
good.
think
Sorry about that.
slowed was
curse as
until
well.
the end of the next turn. No.
Yes, which is this turn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ketra.
Yes.
This is your moment.
Evander won you another round. Yeah,
Aha. Oh.
that's a no.
Well.
now
I
now
mean,
the standard action bite, I presume.
come on. Yes.
There you go.
That's a hit. Yeah.
That'd be 35 damage.
Wow.
Bites off a tentacle.
Yes.
It's terrible, but you know what?
It's
Heckish.
something new.
Yeah. I never had that before.
You could eat.
That's not true.
All right.
You
Yeah.
know.
Any movement?
Okay.
Or is that good?
I think Gethra's good.
All right.
Stand right
Zircon.
here.
Zircon is not able to get his bolster willpower back to try and free
man.
for Cicatrix. So it is left to, in his day state, once again try to assert control over the Astro Kraken.
Come on.
That will be a flat
Oh,
no.
it's a
Just
That's
no.
okay.
that's too much of a mountain for him to climb up.
That's you know what? He's gaining experience.
Yeah, I realized something I hadn't realized for a while, which is this Behold the Horror is not a melee attack thing, so that's certainly a miss, and he is within 10. The Kraken will retaliate with its no action.
Oh.
Immediate
Oh.
reaction.
It's a miss though.
All right. That means his immediate reaction has been consumed until its next turn. Aha. Okay. That's the end of Zircon's turn. He successfully rolled a save that takes it to my turn. Well, I'm not wounded. I just to confirm, this creature is absolutely adjacent to allies. And I'm
Yes.
reading that as my allies and not its allies.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, so that's not on the table. And considering all the extra damage I'm getting from Evander, I think I like to exploit that through utilizing other powers. I can teleport after it, if need be. I do have that prowess.
Yeah.
I guess I will try.
And I can teleport to you.
Yeah, I guess I will try this. Yeah. Instead of brutal barrage attack, Imizrae Fear reaches into her bucket of psionic-like powers and pulls out an encounter of her own, a knifing wind. She slashes at it with her left claw to generate a psionic wind, which she will 2 power point augment at the entity. That will be a 44 against armor class.
Oh yes. It hits.
Okay. That will be 28 points of damage, and the Astro Kraken is dazed until the end of my next turn.
and fumbled and drowned. Yeah, that happens.
Move and minor. I don't have anything I'd want to spend. That's the end of my turn. Recicatrix is dominated.
Dominated. Well, what will Psychics do? She will move and attack Evander with some at will power. That is good. Because it needs to get some people out of the way.
Okay. Riposte strike or deft strike?
Deft.
Riposte strike
Deft
if they hit.
Deft strike.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean.
Trail. What?
Oh lord.
That's an 18.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Crit.
Yep.
Right. 18. 25. 6. 17 at the start.
Free action would still trigger too, right?
No, it can't. It can't
Okay.
make you do anything beyond.
Okay.
Beyond like a thing. The charm effect it has can make you expend more stuff, but dominate really mostly just wastes your turn and is somewhat bad for your. Especially
Well,
if it's
only
the
if I
cleric.
crit.
Yeah. I should lash into
Okay.
him. Moderately. Moderate. All right. And then.
I mean, I
believe
hope that I have like weirdly
what-
glowing eyes or something.
Yeah.
I say, even if the spirits helped you do an extra 10 necrotic damage against him, I don't
They
think that would
wouldn't,
really do
no.
a whole lot.
Well, you're no longer dominated. It's Ender. You're
Oh,
next.
thank God.
Ender. That was unpleasant, and he also takes a little bit of slap on the start. Not gonna retaliate though. Gets it. Just gonna sort of try to kill this thing now.
In his mind, it's like, this is why I don't fight along undead people.
Just a little corrosive touch. Oh, just a little bit of damage, almost fitting. Jams his blade in there, and it turns into a liquid silver form, which is corrosive to the thing, as he will stab it to death.
All right.
The thing basically just like he stabs it right, and this has been. It took 5 rounds. It's like half a minute of time, right? Of lashing and ripping and tearing at it as it glitches out of reality for a couple seconds, and then suddenly it just sort of wobbles as it gets too unstable, and it implodes, sucking itself into a tiny point, leaving like a little sort of bit of crystal material that sort of drizzles onto the floor, and then just sort of there's a psychic pulse, and then nothing, as it completely just stops existing. Torn apart, reality rejecting it. And soon enough, the energy that followed it dissipated. And there's a bit of time and moment here, as everyone recovers from their various. Getra and him have sort of a mental read. People feel pretty good. As Evander will look to Recicatrix in Missouri. I think he probably didn't notice Sirkon was there.
That's fair. That's probably as he intended.
Yeah, I think he survived with it.
Sirkon's powers are very not flashy, right? For the most part, he sort of just tries to concentrate and focus himself and do things with stone, rocks. As Evander will step slightly back, looking at it. Well, as the spirits sort of disappear. Looking for Cicatrix with a new set of eyes, right? You two have done tremendous amounts of damage in a very short time, and even to him, he sort of looks at that, is reconsidering his view on dragons. That should do, I think, for both of us. Well, he should be sated. Time.
I think like there's the dragon does like a slight twitch, you know?
No, there's a look of on Imizuri Drufir's face. She gets it now.
Did I tell you? Did Vesicatrix tell you that the chosen of Umberly would come?
Well, no, it's a matter of like just really what was motivating Recicatrix here.
Oh yeah.
It's the terror of like Umberly, like the Green Dragon now thinks. That's
Yeah.
why Recicatrix did this.
As
He
Evander,
like slowly nods.
I will return to the sea, but this was a victory. You know, the weird sort of tentacled scars on his face, he sort of moves up and like runs a finger over them. You were more of a help than I thought you would. Perhaps I should even say that I was the help to you.
Well, either way, the job got done.
No, not either way. What you just did, what the two of you did. You do not have divine power. You're not endowed by chosen. You do not speak with any voice but your own, and yet gestures to the sort of slight bit of crystal dust that's evaporating.
Ooze.
This thing was reduced to nothing, and none of you look any worse for wear. Like glances to Getter, who looks the most worse for wear, but that's most likely a bad headache and then like several lines of tentacle marks on them. Your power is immense. Were we to fight right here, right now, once I would have been very assured of my victory. Now, perhaps not so much. For instance,
Well.
I have seen dragons of your size, of your age, and you are far beyond them. Those I could cower, could vanquish. But there's something different here. Something very. Perhaps somebody saw your potential in making others fear you. He just glances to Imizure. You know, he hasn't really had an interaction there. There was some thought of it, but and he sort of just like basically gives an acknowledging look, right? He doesn't really know Imizure, but clearly there is a tremendous amount of power there. Clearly, what he's heard about the Emerald Enclave standing against these things is very true.
Well founded.
Yeah.
I mean, he's early just here, like, thinks of speaking, then just gives him, like, the acknowledging look back. Like, he's a fucking chosen of Umberly. Like, she's not gonna talk shit to him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he continues to says, you will be called upon again, but not for some time.
I think there's like a slight amount of great.
But not for some time. Your service...
Yeah, I think she like perhaps shares a look with it. Like it's like from what she understands, like I mean, he doesn't serve because he likes it.
No, he doesn't.
Right?
He would
She
really
may,
rather
like,
move
share a
on
look
and
like
just be done with this.
like yeah, she will be called again.
And when you will be called, I do not think it will any more be as a service to the Queen, no. And being a chosen, he somewhat speaks with, you know, Umberly's voice upon the world. You are becoming a thing for others to fear. This news, what you've done, what you've accomplished for her, will spread. And when others think to disobey her, they will not, because they know that you could be sent to get them. As long as you keep that reputation, fearsome, dangerous, unpredictable, you will have her favor.
I think it's like a sinister grin. Like,
And she
it's
does
like,
not favor many. Just, you know, with a slight bit of bitterness.
nuts.
Should you need my aid in matters like these, I shall see what I can do.
See? No, the Cicatrix doesn't say that. That was me.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Get just bored.
Yeah.
There wasn't an
like,
Astro Kraken
"Oh
for him to
God,
eat
the
because
dust."
Maybe there's something eatable in these barrels, you know,
Gunpowder.
munching on some stuff. Yeah. Now I will leave you to your city and go to my own.
I think she like does like a weird nod. Like,
You like hand slightly in the air, you know, instead of a because I sort of have to, you know. I will go and live with some crabs, and fish for a time. Enjoy the spoils of Westgate. I had it once, and sooner than you know it, the luxury will end. Go back up in the sea.
I think Vasika should like look to Emmy. She's like,
Emmy's really true doesn't take her eyes off the Chosen until the Chosen like disappears from eyesight.
oh yeah,
Before looking at
definitely.
Cicatrix.
No, I'm waiting for the plop. Okay, he's in the water
And then Emmy's just so befriending the Chosen of Umberly. You are more important in this world than I. Well done.
She snorts. I don't know that friends is the term.
She says, it's loose as far as Umberly is concerned. It's the closest thing you could have. It's the closest thing
More
you
like
could feel anyway.
fellow captive.
It's kinship. A
I think
bond.
she like looks at Emmy Surrey like, yeah, sort of like them, really. Like, you know, not necessarily are like super best friends or anything, but they're kind of stuck in the same shit.
Yeah.
I was like,
Emmy's earlier jerks her head towards the dust. We were fortunate. We have continued to fight enemies which underestimate us and which are so arrogant as to believe they can resolve us alone without assistance. And we have prevailed. The Far Realm, the sleeping Aboleth, and its minions will not make this mistake a second time. Whatever they have left that they may send will realize we have slain. Dramatic effect, the impossible.
Tum tum. As we somewhere out in the sea see the obelisk just sort of like hovering there, the impossibly large thing on top of it, sort of twitching slightly. Having a bad dream. The waters below it begin to boil. The other aboleths stir and quiver. This is not supposed to be possible. And yet it just happened. And they don't know
maybe
how
it
it
should
happened.
sleep for another 1,000 years.
They know that the thing went here, and then it stopped being. That is frightening. To the point that they have to resolve it. But first, just a moment of them knowing a feeling that they haven't known forever. Maybe a little bit of doubt.
What unlikely heroes.
And these earlier says, in Akanul, the obelisk, it may very well come closer. And at this time, I do not have a means of chasing it away. Though it is... I am working on it. Can I trust you to be able to hold affairs within your city? She, like, waves a claw, like, nebulously, like, in the air.
I should think so.
Good. I cannot say how long it will take.
Same. As she looks around like a fucking wreck everywhere, it's like...
Yeah. Really, she says, we work great together, you and I. Unmistakably so.
Yes, it keeps surprising me, but it seems so.
Yeah. I hope your surprise ends before those of our enemies. She
Yes.
like, looks back and says, oh, I did not introduce you. Like, Zircon, please, come out here.
He's probably still shell-shocked.
I imagine so.
Like, is this power even... How is this power even possible?
It's like in Dragon Ball when one of the like lackeys from like when he was a kid shows up and it's like two Ultra Saiyans. Like, what? Who's this?
This is Zircon, the member of the Order of the Cerulean Sign. I found him and his brethren in Akinul. He and his brethren taught me much about what to expect. Examples of what happened to their countryside remain vivid, not just in their minds, but mine as well. He is partly to credit for what we accomplished here today.
I felt him ease my mind from its control. Yeah, like looks speculative. Like she yeah.
Genasi don't generally show a lot of emotion, but I think if anything, it's like an odd respect, not like probably like a bow.
I think Visigatri will like make like a gesture with her claw, like, yeah, no, I mean, your help has been very valuable. She like almost bobs her head and then she looks to him, sir. Oh no, that's what she does, and then she stops.
Zircon and I will check the reconstituted Temple of Umberly before returning to the Golthandor region. Should you require my assistance, please don't do it anytime soon. I would hate to strain myself.
Yes.
Hmm.
Well, let's hope I don't see you there. Because we both know what that means.
She laughs. And then the terrifying Topaz Crusader, enemy of the far realm, strides out.
Yeah, as the foe has been vanquished. Just silence. Yeah.
No, there's not silence. In the background, Gethra is consuming whatever is here.
He'll have to get back to his table.
Yeah, does Vercingetorix say anything to Gedra?
It's like, good job. It's like she's not used to the situation. Like, oh no.
Eyeballs just a look to Vercingetorix. They know that they did, that Getra did something remarkable, but I think he has a bit of that sort of a beholder arrogance too. Right? All these beings think they're the greatest and the most powerful things in the world.
Yeah.
He doesn't really give too much mind. I think the one thing he might be somewhat puzzled and annoyed at is that Missouri just sort of ignored his disintegration rate. That's because it didn't hit.
Yeah, if she like, I mean, clearly it was because in his mind he still knew that she was not the enemy, right? Like,
He does. It's like most things get to things. He thinks about it for a second, and then he just drops it and doesn't really.
yeah.
They're more important.
Well, the Cicatrix will make sure to take a route where there's some, innocent, innocent Westgate people, who he can slow and then eat.
Or could just go home to his table.
Yeah. Well,
He enjoys
we
that.
are in the quarters of my enemies, so any people he wants to eat is.
I don't know. I think he's going home. He probably just like begins moving, like let's move this way through the wall and just like inform the streets.
I think the Cicatrix could fly up and just see him like just fly through buildings. Like, yeah.
Or bits of wood and whatnot. Not a lot of the construction in Westgate is like well done, except for the old keeps. The old city is pretty well, but the new stuff is cheap.
Yeah, but also every time a small gang moves in, people smash your shit. So
yeah, the Appalachian sovereignty will recoil. Yes, they have been out a blow.
Great.
The tentacles they have out will be withdrawn to reassess their. Sure said they will not make the same mistake again, but the situation has clearly changed. You have dealt them a blow that, I mean, they can't just make another one of these. How often do Krakens become Eldritch Warlocks and spend 6,000 years or something in another plane? It doesn't happen often.
That must be tough for them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, in the session then in the middle of the year, we'll still have stuff to resolve next time.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I need to kick these adventurers out before they get the guard.
I suppose that's a consideration.
So,
because it ain't gonna be the Apolethic Sovereignty that does it for you this year now.
No.
And a matter of fact, Cormir may even work against you, back to your old nemesis.
yeah. And then the adventurer die will be on their side.
Oh no.
Imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That may be the one drawback to having scored this victory. It's that you can't count on anyone else but you now to remove the adventurers.
You know?
They'll shake
Well,
each other's
that's
hands.
not true. I have mercenaries from Darkhold on their way. Which I caught last year. When are they coming?
They showed up. They gave you a bonus die too.
Yeah, they gave you a bonus to your might.
Oh, they did?
You haven't even caught them this year.
Consider them cold. Hello. Sarek, I need your troops.
Oh, let's see here. We have completed a hard goal to slay an Astro Kraken, and to beyond that, we've slain an Astro Kraken, as it turns out.
No shit, man. I can't.
Yeah.
Boom!
That went as well as it could.
Absolutely. That was. I did not fathom that best case scenario happening.
Very few misses. You had substantial, aid, of course, but that's all on you to prepare well and
cannot believe
do that right.
That you managed to get that off again.
It's gonna work until we fight an enemy who knows it's coming. Yeah. Like that's what's gonna happen.
But the incredible thing is, you don't even have a beam. It is a one roll. I have a thing where I can spend my action point to re-roll a failed roll or whatever. It's one roll.
No, listen, if you want your dream of fighting Yaffle, if there's anyone who knows what enemies here can do, it's Yaffle. And probably the Devils if we end up fighting them too at some point.
Yeah, well, they're gonna be knocked unconscious.
I don't think so. I think this will fail at a crucial moment, and you'll look and go, "No!"
Wouldn't it be great?
This XP will push us beyond the cap for level 24.
Hey, yo! Wow.
So,
yeah. No, that went as well as it could.
I mean, you dealt Evander Highcastle providing +10. You dealt gross amounts of damage because of Evander and my new weapon. I dealt gross amounts of damage.
It was 400 damage or something in one turn. Just escalating crit effects continuously because you could coup de grace, which is just, if you think about it, coup de grace is like cutting the throat, but it's just like a saw for a minute,
Mhm.
just continuously working on that throw. It is.
Yeah, and what is it? It's like, yeah, the Cicatrix found a soft spot. It was because there was an opening inside, and then she jammed her fucking claws in and started working inside out again.
Yeah, it was a lot.
And the best outcome, continuing the best outcome, the only brain that it got to rub on was Getra's, so that it didn't know that was coming,
Yeah.
and it didn't escape to report back to anyone on what happened. Much like the purple dragon I hunted, and Akinol
Yes.
didn't escape.
It didn't. Its plan, well, its goal was, of course, kill the Cicatrix if possible. That's the ideal. Secondary is escape with information of having read ideally one of your minds. You know a lot of stuff, and it didn't manage to do even one. And then
that would have
it was
sucked.
just escape generally, which it didn't manage to do either. Which
You wanted to know about the Nobanian
Yeah,
burning
exactly.
over there in the hill? There you go. You wanted to know about the ritual, the details we know about it? There you go. Right there.
Yeah,
it would basically be able to metagame at that point, right?
Yeah. I don't.
And then the entire Abelethic sovereignty could start metagaming against us.
Yeah.
Well, that's the worst too. It's like we've had enough trouble with Thay and Cormier, who have the same size icons, and they're not metagaming. They're playing by the rules.
Yeah, the sovereignty could do whatever it wanted that version, or trade it to
fuck?
anyone, and the devils would be like, yes, yes!
All their stats are great. It's not like it has like, oh, but this stats is a dumb stat.
I'll tell you, off screen currently, the reason we haven't seen a lot of Hell is because Hell is actually fighting these guys too.
Yeah, I figured
elsewhere. They're not into this.
Yeah.
No.
No, because souls that go to the far realm don't go to them.
No.
Yeah. Oh, they're
breaking the
damaging
system. They ignore Hell's privilege in soul trading.
Soul trading. Ooh.
That is not something that's.
Asmodeus is actually
not main
up from
priority,
his chair.
but it is a issue. Yeah, this went very well. And again, I mean, with an enemy like this, it really is like a couple of rolls can go badly, and suddenly things are just terrible. Because once you begin being in the cycle of being dominated, and made to use your powers and allies and such, it can go.
Yeah.
It can quickly go down, and
thank God it can't make me use sneak attack.
Yeah, the game is pretty generous.
But I crit,
you're
right?
epic heroes.
That's when I do bad stuff. Like
your dagger master prowess there. No, that was that was definitely evident within the rounds of action it had that could have gone much different.
Yeah, a lot of solos at this level might have like 2 initiative runs and something. This doesn't, because really a lot of its powers just sort of take your guys' turns and use it for itself, which it didn't really get to do. Partly, of course, because you have a Topaz Guardian, which is giving will bonuses, and just being immune to things.
It's like she was made for this.
Yeah, the crusader that is devoted to like fighting the far realm.
This is your thing, right?
Yep.
And for Cicatrix, for that matter, being specialized in killing big solo enemies is also your thing. So, really, it sort of is the ideal situation.
Well, I mean, I have bought the bracers that, like, if you take damage, you can get the resistance. But I was like, no, I'm gonna need that combat advantage. And then I was flanking the entire time, and I was like, God damn it, I just lost 21,000 on a resistant potion. That's fine. That's fine. Hey,
I'm okay with you giving one to your minion there. I mean, doesn't have a healing switch
you know what? He got the good one too. Yeah. So Veliglyph's money's gone. But I have a living beholder, and I mean, Veliglyph couldn't give me that. So now he could have given Gethra 4 tables, in which case.
Yeah. Now, level 24 now, Eric. Things are changed. We talked about what that means for my character in the in the Discord.
It means a lot of bullshit. It means I don't have to do anything anymore.
Epic feat. 2 more bonuses to ability scores.
Yep.
Good level.
Pretty strong level. Oh. That's right. Don't forget your epic feat and the potential. Like, obviously, like, you can retrain anything that you picked up in heroic or paragon tier.
Oh, I will.
I'm not retraining any of my feats. You might also want to retrain that power, though.
Yes, I did. I do. I can't use it anymore.
It was, that was best case. I feel
Sometimes it
unreasonable.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the dice tell historically this thing was very overconfident. You know, we could say normally confidence is good in a thing if it actually has a decent chance of just winning, but, you know, we obliterate it to some degree. It's just a bit overconfidence, in retrospect. Yeah, but as Sherry likely said, right, this wasn't supposed to be possible. What's the next step? They have a lot of power.
Yeah. What's the not desperation, but what's the contingency of what worse thing can we do from here?
How do we escalate? Because this is certainly an escalation. In that they feel they've been pulling the punches, I suppose, too much. Not
We're just
exploding.
fucking moving the obelisk in now, damn it. Fog will sweep over the land.
Possibility. Yeah. Take your level, though. You certainly deserve it. And,
Phew.
Thank you.
You
yeah.
have a goal slot now for next session, Harry.
I do. I can finish my portal.
You had an easier time slaying the Astro Kraken than you did figuring out where you want to put your fucking portal.
Wow. Can't get a moment of respite.
It will be easier now. There is no
Yeah,
Astro Kraken.
you know what? It will be. You're right.
Though I
Yeah.
do love the alternate universe of getting it through the portal and then like breaking the portal into you too.
Close it. We are never going to go there again. Done.
Yeah.
Have fun.
It's an enclosed space, you say? All right. Nice.
Teleport
Have we
out of
destroyed
it.
all other portals? Oh, I feel so bad. Welcome to hell.
Yep. We end up back there like 3 decades later, and like the fucking like Astral Kraken is like playing pinochle with the Bale.
You're like,
Yes,
oh
we're
shit.
both stuck in here. It's kinship.
Oh no. That's our secret weapon.
Together, they are more powerful.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great. And Ketra didn't die, so you're gonna
He
relax
didn't.
and be
That's
calm.
very good.
Do you regret bringing him now? Do you think during that fight you should have had someone else instead?
No, I think it was a good choice.
Okay.
He gave you combat advantage a couple times, certainly.
Yeah.
You did?
And he is
Well,
big and
I was
tanky,
flanking with him
consider.
anyway, so. But hey,
It didn't have to be true.
no. I need all the combat advantage I can get.
All right.
All right.
Next session, we resume the year.
Yeah. Once.
And
Yeah.
you have to fight the adventurers that are stacking wins.
Ugh.
Should they have an extra win from from my using them to help find?
Yeah, they should.
Should be
That's the 10 threshold. So at 11. Good.
Here's a great story time earlier today. Aries like, yes, I welcome Cormier in. Like, I don't mind.
Yeah, and I was
Next
like, oh
Friday.
shit.
Oh, fuck.
As Cormier says, look, now that we have arrived, the Far Realm retreats in fear.
Yes.
Must
Yes,
be the
that's
reason.
what's happening. What these people Paragon tiers, is that what I hear?
Well, we'll see. Yeah. And with that, stream and VOD, we will say thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed. And
Take care, everyone.
we will
Take care.
be with you again next time.
Woo!